Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to our session for today, to this second of a series of virtual webinars that are taking place in my unit, the unit of the geographical unit for Greece and Cyprus of the DG Employment in the European Commission, something that we organize, of course, together with the Greek national authorities, and with a view to support the policy reflection of the Greek actors in view of the preparations for the programming for the next programming period. I would now like to invite for the first welcome the Director General Livanis Firbas, who is the National Coordination from the National Coordination Authority of the Ministry of Development and Investment in Greece. Mr. Firbas, you have the floor.
Good morning, everybody. I'll use the privilege of speaking in my mother tongue as ASECT, who is the responsible service in our National Coordination Authority, has organized this event in every detail and allows us to use interpretation as well through this video conference. Just make clear that as you can understand and as you can imagine from the background, that I am teleworking today. Normally I don't have a bed in my office, neither I'm dressed as casually as today, but COVID and pandemic has changed our way of working these days. And switching back to Greek.
And indeed, I would like to kick off by putting forward the following. I would like to thank all participants. By now, we've got 73 participants, which means that this is a fully successful event in terms of the interest expressed for this event, an event co-organized in cooperation with a special service coordinating the ESF here in Greece, the ASECT. This is how we abbreviate the Greek term, together with the European Commission. So we have agreed, and I still remember a meeting some time ago, a meeting with Patrick, where we have agreed, we have considered fruitful to put forward a joint action. And in doing so, we wanted to have a new dimension in terms of the implementation of the ESF in view of the new program period. So in comparison with other member states, we wanted to discuss and have your presentations in terms of new, fresh insights, concepts, so that we jointly try to change the business as usual concept. The new operational period can't be business as usual due to the pandemic impact. And of course, following a number of years, the experience accumulated allows us, enable us, both our services, all member states and the Commission, to be in a position to choose, how to put it, to choose some more demanding actions so that they are more effective, so that we reach our common goal, humans, because the European Social Fund focuses exactly and is dedicated on humans, on people, and this is why Greece promotes whenever possible and highlights it as a priority. So those workshops, in view of the new program period, are organized in very critical times in terms of design in Greece. To put forward a picture of where we stand in the next time period after resolving some significant challenges and details regarding the current design in terms of the partnership agreement. So we are getting ready to submit essentially the second and officially the first draft partnership agreement to the European Commission, so that we officially kick off this debate, which is already on for some time, on the basis of a version 0 text, in terms of contacts that we've been having, physical contacts as well, with the managing authorities, with a number of significant beneficiaries, and of course with the National Coordination Agency. So I believe that the 3 workshops that you have decided together with the A sector and the DG Employment, the workshop on skills already organized on the 13th of November, today's workshop on social inclusion, which due to the pandemic becomes even more important and plays a decisive role in terms of our choices, and the third one, which I'll soon follow, on employment, where unfortunately due to prior engagement I won't be able to attend it. So those 3 workshops shall help us all, the coordinators, us, involved in the design process, and the participants alike, all colleagues who are part of, are involved in the authorities that shall design the details in the framework of the operational program. And the executive bodies together with the beneficiaries, so will allow us, will enable us to turn all the above into specific actions. My experience, and experience of over than 30 years in the field, dictates the following. In most cases, we start having very high ambitions. Practically, however, due to different shortcomings, objective challenges, institutional difficulties, or even acceptance on the part of the society, the community, the beneficiaries themselves, well, make sometimes difficult to implement all those high ambitions. And next, however, all of a sudden, we are getting back to business as usual. I do not know. Due to different pressures, anxiety, sometimes we are making the easy way. Well, this is not a political engagement, of course. I know that the conditions oftentimes influence the political decisions in terms of implementation. Overall, in our ministry, however, in all ministries, I dare say, in the regions, there's the will and the determination to change certain things. And I do believe that this workshop, together with all others, shall help us towards this direction. So it would be wise to consider, out of the experience of all other countries, how we'll adapt our choices on the basis of the developments that the pandemic has created in all countries. And in any case, They have impacted the social tissue, our choices, the economies, the communities and the societies themselves, the health sector, healthcare sector, the education and training sector, the social structures in place. So, at a short time, we need to take this seriously into account, in other words, how we'll operate. I'm not pessimistic. However, I'm afraid that in the future, a short term is not enough, does not suffice. So we need to take a look into medium term actions, because this is the only way to consider social problems. We've got the know-how of other crises in the past. So, this is not an easy task that we are called to deliver, because it is based, rather, we need to work inside a very strict regulatory framework. The structural investment funds have a strict framework in place, and we do know how hard it may be. And I grasp the opportunity to thank Patrick and other colleagues from the Commission and congratulate them on, I'll put it in a weird way, well, to congratulate them on delivering, on working so fast, so effective in the framework of CRI 1 and CRI 2, meaning the framework for the pandemic itself, destroying taboos that used to exist until now. And that was for the good, and they've been very effective. Some of them, to conclude, some of those points need to be considered as lessons learned, to be using them into the future, not just as a flexible response due to the pandemic. It's quite the other way around. We made bold, high-quality decisions, delivering investments on humans in line with the ESF. So I would like to congratulate the colleagues once again for the excellent cooperation we've been having, and I'll be here to attend all presentations, and I'll be, of course, available in case my intervention is required. I wish you a successful event. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Firbas. It is quite encouraging to hear that the inspirational practices that we will hear today in this series of presentations will help translate into actions that will, of course, after being adapted to the Greek reality, with a view to addressing the COVID-related challenges on top, unfortunately, of the other challenges that were kind of already there and being dealt with. Without another delay, I would now invite Mr. Dimitris Troulakis, the head of the ESF Actions Coordination and Monitoring Authority from the Ministry of Development, one of the two co-organizers, to take the floor. Mr. Troulakis, the floor is yours.
Thank you, George, for the introduction. The microphone was off for a second, so Mr. Troulakis starts again. I am head of the ASECT, as Yannis Firmas mentioned, the special service to coordinate the European Social Fund, the National Cooperation Agency, headed by Yannis. I would like to welcome you in this second workshop in this cycle that we inaugurated on November 13th. We have this skills workshop. Yannis is a low-profile person. That's how he did not mention that this whole series of workshops was his own proposal. And with the assistance of the European Commission, we have managed to start with this workshop series, and we are already in the second one. In the view of the preparation of our country for the new programming period, I would say that in practice, this shows that we implement the values and principles of the European Union at the micro level, at the local level. All those of us around here, the European Commission and the state, and every one of us, essentially participate in order to transfer know-how and exchange assistance. This is one of the aims of the European Union. As the General Director said, within this pandemic, this discussion is even more important and contemporary than ever. All crises, and especially this one, is especially harsh on the vulnerable groups of the population that need specific assistance. So throughout this crisis, I would like to wish that we come back to our normal way of life, healthy and strong. Of course, we are not aiming to solve all problems in this workshop. Neither do we expect to cover all the dimensions of social inclusion, which is a vast field of policies and actions. But we try, through this workshop, to ensure that we're going to shed fresh light on various dimensions so that we can be able to plan new practices and tactics for the future. The agenda of the workshop includes two parts. The first has to do with children, which is an important sector, vulnerable children mainly. The European Union has decided to invest on this pillar so that all children in need have access to at least basic services of high quality. The next is deinstitutionalization. The next pillar, a long-term effort by the European Union and Greece and all the other countries. We want to minimize the number of people within institutions. We also have a last but not least workshop, presentations related to the Roma people, the integration of whom in the community is a very significant challenge, a necessity for Greece and for the European Union. After every presentation, we have rather a few today. After every presentation, we'll have time for in a couple of minutes for questions and answers. Let me thank all those who have worked under very adverse circumstances so that this workshop can take place, especially the representatives of the European Commission and the member states that have devoted much of their time and effort to be here today with their presentations and the information that we need. Without you, this workshop wouldn't be realizable. A lot of thanks to Patrick and his team, always in assistance, and moreover, I would like to thank from the depths of my heart to my own people, my assistants, who have worked long hours so that we can organize this. Last but not least, I'd like to say that we have a recording of this workshop so that it can be seen by other people if at their convenience. We also have a YouTube broadcasting for others who cannot follow us as participants in this seminar. We have a lot of many things to do. I hope that we'll have a very fruitful discussion today.
Thank you, Dimitri. Maybe I'll take directly, George, because we want to move quickly to our experts and colleagues. That's the main menu of our workshop. But let me also come in briefly on behalf of DG Employment as one of the inspirators of this workshop series. I mean, for me, it is a great, an important pride, actually, to see that we have managed to put together this very, very interesting agenda together, and this with the help of our Greek partners in the ESECT, and many thanks in particular to Natasha Kuntaratu for all her relentless efforts in this, together with my colleagues, in particular George Pianizidis and Dorota Kostalis, who have been both on the deck to prepare this. Thanks a lot, because what they have prepared is to put us in the best conditions for the objective of the seminar, which is not only to share information, but more than that, to inspire. I think that's really at the heart of the process, is really now to inspire our Greek friends with a variety of practices across Europe, with pooling the best experts in DG Employment to give a bit of a policy brief, together with a number of experts both in DG Employment and in member states to come with their inspiring real-life experiences. And for this to be a success, it's also very important that actually the list of participants on the Greek side is very long. Many thanks for your interest. And I know that all other viewers are elsewhere and all will follow in the next days. That's all very important. I would like just to elaborate 2 minutes on the choice of the content. I mean, for me, there is the first criteria is that it is about issues which have been long-standing challenges in Greece. I fully concur with Yanis Firbas that they have been also exacerbated with the COVID crisis, and this is giving it a new dimension. But they were already there in our mind 1 year ago when we were planning this in the first place, on the basis of the findings of the country report for Greece and all the experience we have gained together in the past programming periods of ESF. Let us remind ourselves that in social inclusion, this is one of the key areas of support of ESF, also because it's naturally DG Employment and Social Affairs, but also we try to help the implementation of the pillar of social rights that way. And in the next programming period, we even have a very strict thematic requirement of 25%, normally to be now confirmed in the legislation that will be soon adopted. So this shows the emphasis on social inclusion that we want to continue to have, also in Greece. Now, it's long-standing challenges, new challenges with the COVID, a lot of funding available, but because of the crisis, there is also the new dimension of our work or environment for our work, which is the fact that the Commission has taken the lessons of the past and put together, and I have endorsed in the Council, this next generation EU budget with more money for the current programs with REACT-EU, with much more money for the next years, thanks to the Recovery and Resilience Facility. And all this is both an extraordinary opportunity for Greece, because it will be able to both address crisis needs and structural needs, so that that's what von der Leyen said in September. We should come out stronger from the crisis than we were before. That's the objective. But it's a challenge because we really need to change how we will approach the new period. how to scale up the effort, and also how to tackle some areas which were secondary so far in the ESF. On this, I would like in particular to pinpoint children, which is in our first area of discussion, with the child guarantee coming next year, also children rights strategy. All this is going in the same direction, that we also need to use ESF a lot in this area. Second, that's more the second part of our discussions. We have given quite a lot of attention to deinstitutionalization. This was already in the programs, but again, there's a question to go more faster, to more about that. But in particular also long-term care, which is not sufficiently yet in our programs or in general in public policies in Greece. And here again, the crisis has revealed that there were gaps to be addressed, and this is an enormous challenge for an aging society, as the Greek society is, as other European societies are. And lastly, that's I don't need to do extra justification for having Roma on our agenda, because this is really, I think, an area where we have so much gained experience, but also faced difficulties collectively in many member states. So it's really a good time to exchange. And here again, the Commission has the ambition to support a new 2030 approach framework. And I very much hope Greece will want to live up to this expectation. So voilà, I already used more than 5 minutes. Sorry for that, because really we should move to the main agenda. But again, big thanks to all, and thank you for your interest. Georges, the floor is back to you.
Thank you very much, Patrick. Thank you also, Dimitris, for the very nice introductory comments that you shared with us. Let me remind the participants that did not hear my introductory remarks that in case you are not really speaking, please keep your microphones muted. It only helps the person who is speaking and the audience to follow without any distractions what is being said. Please keep your microphones muted. I now would like to invite our next speaker, Stefan, my colleague from DG Employment actually, to prepare to present to us the European policies on child poverty and inclusion, and also after that to share us the latest on the child guarantee. So he is going to deliver actually 2 presentations, so you will see that it will last a bit longer than the standard 10 minutes that I had advised before. Stefan, if you're ready, the floor is yours.
Good morning, good afternoon, everyone. Actually, I managed to merge 2 presentations into one. I hope that I will also manage to show it to you. Wait a moment. Let's see how it works on my... Okay. Starting from here.
Would you like, Stefan, to put it on full screen, please? Yes, excellent.
I believe I did it. Okay. So now, in this presentation, I will first go into the definitions and drivers of child poverty. Then I tell you briefly how framework, and then we are now working, ending with some takeouts from the public consultations on European Child Guarantee, which I think might be interesting for you. the definitions. First, the basic line who is poor, which child is poor, is looking at the household income of the household in which a child lives. This is a disposable income and so-called equalized. So, looking at the size of the household with a formula giving full 1.0 for an adult, counting each other person over 14 years of age as half entity and children as 0.3 entity. This means that you might actually move from being a child, might move from being at risk of poverty, from not being at risk of poverty to being at risk of poverty. Sorry, I think that someone has not muted mic.
Yes, Stefan, if you give me, I was about to take the floor, first of all, to ask you, if possible, to minimize these Zoom windows because they appear on our screen as gray squares that prevent us from seeing the full screen. So if you can just minimize them and just drop them at the bottom. Exactly, that one. Please put them at the bottom of your screen or minimize it. And again, and also, please, we have... I have to make again one last plea to the participants. Please mute your microphones. We have at the moment people following us from Lithuania, Bulgaria, Czech Republic, Greece, of course, Italy, and many other countries. And I would invite you, please, to mute everyone your microphones unless you are the speaker. Everybody, please mute your microphones. Thank you. Stefan?
Yorgo, if I may, Stefan, just one moment. I have seen that a priori all the participants are now currently muted. I have the impression that there is interpretation in the back sound. So for the technical support, if they can check it while Stefan is continuing, because voila, now it's also double sound on me. But the participants look on the list all muted, okay?
Thank you. Then it may be from the interpretation. I invite the technical support to have a look. Stefan, you may continue. Thank you.
Okay, so basically, living in the same family and the same income, a child, the moment the child turns 14, the formula means that he or she becomes at risk of poverty, which is one of the often issues with statistics. Then you can also imagine that the rate of poverty. Sorry, I think I might have to switch off the interpretation on my side because this might be what is causing okay, share screen. Okay. Then we the risk of poverty or exclusion. So to the risk of poverty, we add the simple deprivation and very low working
Stefan, I'm afraid we have lost you. Can you please start your sentence?
Still then we have developed in the last year specific material case split into which one do me?
There is an issue with the return of the sounds or maybe the internet connection. If you could start again with this slide that you started with definitions, if you can introduce it again, please.
Okay, can you see it now on the screen? Okay, and so the risk of poverty, the equalization formula, the fact that the rate of poverty is strongly dependent on the income distribution in a population. This is this means that for some countries which have very big regional disparities, like for example Italy, and different levels of incomes in different parts of the country, the rate of the incidence of income poverty among children is higher than in countries which are simply just smaller, and therefore they have lesser regional diversity. Then a key indicator which is linked to Europe 2020 strategy is the risk of poverty and social exclusion. This is the risk of poverty which is taking into account, which is to which the risk of severe material deprivation or very low work intensity at the level of the household is added. And then we also are developing the child-specific material and social deprivation indicator. This is measured for children aged 1 to 15 years. The procedure is very similar to the one for the adult severe material deprivation. So there is a survey with a list of items, and respondents are asked to whether they can afford those items. And obviously the items which are relevant for children should be different than the items that are relevant for adults. So this indicator was piloted in year 2014, and the first regular run is scheduled for next year. Then it will be repeated every 3 years.
Stefan, if I can interrupt you just for 1 second, I realize that for, especially since you speak in English, the sound is much better when colleagues tick the off button at the interpretation and they hear directly the English of Stefan than to listen to him through the channel for English. Therefore, I would invite those that do not depend on the English translation now that Stefan is presenting to switch to the off mode in order to be able to hear the sound directly from him. I think it really helps. Thank you, and sorry, Stefan, for the interruption.
Okay, now as regards the policy framework, the key basis for any work on child poverty is the Article 3.3 of the Treaty on European Union, which mandates the Union to combat social exclusion and discrimination and to protect the rights of the child. Also, the Article 24 of the Charter of Fundamental Rights recognizes that children are independent and autonomous holders of rights and makes the child's interest a primary consideration for public authorities. And then there is Article 17 of the European Social Charter mandating the parties to the Social Charter to ensure that children have the care, the assistance, the education, the training they need. Most importantly and most recently, perhaps not most importantly, but most recently, there is Principle 11 of the European Pillar of Social Rights, stating that children have the right to affordable early childhood education and care of good quality, and that children have right to protection from poverty. This also is the basis for having special measures to enhance equal opportunities for children from disadvantaged backgrounds. Then until now, we are the main document for combating and addressing child poverty is the 2013 Commission recommendation on investing in children, which is built from also three, let's call it pillars. So first, access to adequate resources. This means, among others, financial resources for the families, because obviously lifting the income of a family including by social transfers lifts children out of poverty. Secondly, access to affordable quality services such as childcare, education, healthcare, and other services on which I will talk shortly in a moment, because this is what is the focus of the work of an European Child Guarantee. And then thirdly, children's right to participate, which will be in turn taken care of by the Children's Rights Strategy. Quite importantly, the child poverty has been one of the aspects analyzed within the European semester, leading to, analyzed in the country reports, and in some cases leading to country-specific recommendations, which, even if they did not address child poverty explicitly, were addressing the driving factors of child poverty. So this is how the EU intervention on child poverty has been done in recent years. But more recently, with the new Commission and the political guidelines of President von der Leyen, we are developing the European Child Guarantee, for which the European Parliament called first in 2015 and then confirmed their wish to have an instrument like European Child Guarantee in later resolutions. I mentioned that one of the main key services for children is childcare, and this on this graph you can see the level of progress towards Barcelona Targets. The figures are for year 2019, with exception of Ireland, Italy, for which the figures are for 2018. The Barcelona targets were agreed long time ago in year 2002 by the member states who committed to provide childcare to at least 33% of children under 3 years of age and to 90% of children aged between 3 years and the minimum compulsory school age. As you can see, EU as a whole has met those targets by year 2019, but there are significant differences between member states. And also within the member states, there are significant patterns of the extent to which childcare is used full-time or part-time. If you, this is important because it's only full-time, so more than 30 hours per week, which is really allowing for labor market participation of both parents. In countries in which childcare is used mostly for less than 30 hours per week, we also know that more women are likely to work part-time, which has impacts on their careers and levels of income also in the older age. From the child's perspective and equalization of educational attainment, attending for less than 30 hours per week is generally enough, but we need to look at those two aspects of childcare when promoting it and measuring the progress towards Barcelona targets. This is basically what I said a moment ago. On this graph, you can see the enrollment rate for younger children and the horizontal axis, and the employment impact of parenthood on the vertical axis. As you can see, women being on the labor market is quite high on the graph, and there are only 4 countries in which this impact is 0 or positive. For most member states, having a small child impacts negatively the employment rate of women, of mothers, and this impact can be of the magnitude over 40%. So for the countries in the bottom left-hand side who have very low enrollment in early education, early childhood education and care, half of mothers drop out from the labor market. Now, moving to what was supposed to be my main presentation, the European Child Guarantee is intended as a proposal of the Commission for Council recommendation, and it was put in the Commission work program for next year to be adopted in first quarter. We are investigating, focusing in 3 main categories of services. So education and training, starting at early childhood education and including play, recreation, sport and cultural activities. So this is a very broad vision of education and measures of helping in child development and participation in society. The second category is healthcare, and here the focus is on one hand on preventive healthcare, so periodical medical and dental checkups, and on the other hand on healthy nutrition, how this can be promoted and provided in case of children who have problems with access to nutrition. And then the third category is housing. Member states are in what we now are considering as a possible design. Member states would be asked to prepare the action plans on the implementation of European Child Guarantee. Whereas the European Child Guarantee itself would be a part of the action plan for the implementation of the European Pillar of Social Rights, and it would be linked to the strategy on the rights of the child. Something which I believe is the main slide in the context of today's seminar, the funding for implementation of Child Guarantee would come to some extent from the ESF Plus. The Commission proposed to allocate 5% of ESF Plus to actions addressing child poverty, which is now discussed in the trilogues. Also, the Recovery and Resilience Facility funding would complement the ESF Plus, and it would complement the national budget. And here saying that to complement national budget is crucial because there is, if we look at the numbers, on one hand, the numbers, the sum of ESF Plus, and calculate how much 5% of it is. And then when we look at the number of children at risk of poverty or social exclusion, who are 18 million, more than 18 million across Europe, and then we divide one number by another, the amount is not very high per child per month. So national funding will be crucial. Now, towards the end of my presentation, I would like to share with you some findings of the consultations on European Child Guarantee. We published a roadmap, which was opened for public consultations on the website of the Commission. We are running with partners from civil society organizations dedicated consultations with children. We had an exchange with social partners yesterday and last week, or perhaps 2 weeks ago. We discussed the ideas behind European Child Guarantee with the European Economic and Social Committee and the Committee of the Regions. Child Guarantee is one of the aspects of the open public consultation and the action plan to implement the European Pillar of Social Rights. And there is also a targeted online questionnaire focused on barriers and action and barriers to access to services and actions, how to overcome those barriers. And some findings from this consultation I will show you on the next slides. So we asked about the ease or difficulty of accessing various services. We compared those, how difficult it is to access those services for main 4 categories of children in need, so the target group of the Child Guarantee. We asked the respondents to identify the main barriers in access to services and to evaluate the efficiency of various policy interventions. What did we learn? So first, looking at the 4 groups for which we asked how easy or how difficult it is to access given service were children from economically precarious families, so at risk of poverty or at risk of social exclusion, children with migrant background, children living in institutions, and children with disability. As you can see on all those graphs, children from economically precarious families are believed to have more difficulties in access to services. So they are this means that economic precarity is the greatest disadvantage. And on the other hand, the decent housing is the most difficult service to access.
I'm sorry to interrupt you. In 2 minutes, please, I will need to conclude to move to the next presentation. Thank you.
Yeah, that's very good timing. I'm not sure whether I'm able to use the full 2 minutes that are left. Then we looked also, we gave a cafeteria of different category of different difficulties, challenges which might hinder access to services, like insufficient availability, discrimination, narrow eligibility criteria, lack of awareness or insufficient information about the services, physical access to service, low or insufficient physical access to services, low affordability, a lack of outreach, and the services not being adapted to children's needs. And across the board, for all kinds of services we asked, affordability is seen as by the stakeholders whom invited to the consultation, coming from national administrations or the civil society organizations. So people who really work in the area and have first-hand experience with addressing child poverty, affordability is the key challenge, and it is more of a challenge than availability of those services. Those two are the two predominant issues. Other barriers were considered much less of a challenge. Then there was also, in the context of the COVID pandemic, we asked which of two actions would be more effective in enabling poor or disadvantaged children to participate in distance learning. And one was to provide in-kind IT equipment, and the other was to provide financial support to defray the costs of purchasing IT equipment and internet. As you can see, the responses to those two options of what to do are very similar. So financial support is considered more often as very effective, but altogether the answers rather effective and very effective are higher for in-kind support. This shows that the practitioners in the area of child poverty consider both ways of intervention as equally efficient. And I think I will stop here. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Stefan, for this valuable feedback. While you are taking down your presentation, I would invite now the colleague from the National Authority from Bulgaria, Mrs. Desislava Georgieva Uskolova, to take the floor and present us a practical example of all these nice policies we heard earlier on from Stefan in the area of foster families for a fairer future. Desi, if you hear us, the floor is yours.
Yes, I hear. Thank you very much. And first of all, I would like to thank you for inviting me to be part of this seminar. I think that it will be very interesting for all of us because we are different actors in all those processes. So I will begin with presentation because we are ahead of time. Just a moment to share the screen. Okay. Is it okay?
If you can please put it on full screen so that we can see it better.
Now it's okay, I think.
Yes, you may continue. Thank you.
Okay. So the project that I will present to you is part of the measures under the operational Human Resources Development Program for this period, and it is part of all measures for the institutionalization and for shortly DI for children and youth that are placed in specialized institutions. So this project is really very interesting because it has a very positive effects on the target group, and later on I will be in detail. So I'll begin with very general remarks about the financing and the Human Resources Development Program for this period. Over 150 million euro have been programmed for social services, for trainings, and for all those activities who are directly to the children placed in institutions, and also for services in residential care when they are taken off from these institutions, and for services in the community. So our services are community-based. Children welfare is major focus of social inclusion measures of this Human Resources Development Program. And first of all, foster care is the type of service that is have proven to be most effective for children because they live in family type environment. And it's it's better, of course, rather than those living in institutions. And of course, one of other major focuses is early childhood development, because we all know that investments in early childhood development is a very essential part of the proper development of a child in the development, and having in mind also psychic development, and all other processes connected with to be a normal person of the society. So that's in short. And now in details for the project. Foster care project with the name Take Me or Accept Me. It's a different kind of translations of this. The aim is to be set up a sustainable model for foster care in Bulgaria in support of DI process. The beneficiary is Agency for Social Assistance, and it's a state body within the Ministry of Labour and Social Policy. And under regional branches of this Agency for Social Assistance is implementing the project in partnership with municipalities, which their number now is 158. So this is in partnership implementation project. The budget is approximately 68 million euro. And you see the duration of the project. It's almost, for now, it's 5 years. And recently we have enlarged the activities with additional 1 year. So the project will end at the end of the next year. And the whole implementation will be totally 6 years. There are foster families who are professional and volunteer. The difference between these foster families are that professional families are paid. They have a budget for the children. They have remunerations, and also they are social secured when they are taking care of a child in their homes. Volunteer foster families are not paid. They are not on labor contracts, and they are not socially secured. But I have to say that the interest in volunteer foster families is very, very little. And I think that 99% of all foster families are professional. Approach in the implementation of this foster care project is linked with cooperation between national, regional and local levels. Agency for Social Assistance, together with regional stakeholders and local municipalities, are implementing the project. And in this way, we have a complex approach because all counterparts and all parties that are concerned about children's development and early childhood development, more precisely, are involved in those processes. There are established foster care teams on regional level. So in Bulgaria, we have 89 regions. And within each of these 89 regions, there are these teams on regional level. And their role is to deliver the whole package of foster care service. And this is outreach, assessment, training, monitoring, support to foster families, and parents. They are teaching them how to take care of the child. They are giving consultations. They are giving psychological support. Also in the way of adaptation of this child when the child is placed in the family, because you know that it's not an easy process, and the children are taken from institutions where they do not have the chance to live in normal environment, and many of them are with are not so well developed in psychological aspect. Another part of the implementation of the project is the established consultative body to the project. And this body consists of representatives of very famous and outstanding NGOs in the area of early child development and child care, of course. And within Ministry of Labour and Social Policy, representatives, also representative of the Agency for Social Assistance and from the National Association of Municipalities. This is the body that is representing the interests of all municipalities in Bulgaria. So with all these representatives is from this consultative body, and their role is to perform and to monitor the implementation, to give support, to give advice, and also many other things. They are only consultative, nothing else are connected with their roles. So within the project, it have been introduced new elements, which are priority foster care for children aged up to 3 of age, because when children placed in family type in the early stage, it's better for the development of the children themselves. Also, we have for the first time in our history of taking care for children is the so-called specialized foster care for children with disabilities, children who are subject to violence, and also children who are subject to traffic, and unattended migrant children. This target groups under the project. These children are accommodated in the foster families with a special focus, because we think that these all children are in a much more a situation which is very difficult for them, and they are in danger, so to say. I must say that a very great and very important part of the implementation of the project is monthly monitoring of the foster care provided and impact assessment, because this monthly monitoring is very important, so the project to be and the service itself to be provided in a most effective and most proper way, and of course to be more suitable for foster carers from one side, and for to the other side is to be more efficient for the children. Also, we have taken steps, so the equipment of the project steps in the way this service to become a state delegated service, which means that when this ESF project finishes within a year, this foster care service will be provided by the state with the state budget, and thus will be established this sustainability of the service, because the next year we have to be transformed many guidelines within the Social Care Act, because for the first time in Bulgaria this year it was adopted a law for social services, and this kind of providing foster care is in line with this new Act for Social Services, and under this Act it is provided this service foster care to be provided through the municipalities. So the project is so to say, was a preparing point for the new legislation and for the new type of provision of this kind of service. And here you can see some facts and details. These assessed and approved foster families, which are 2,258, are approved, but they are waiting to be, so to say, to be invited to the project when the team has this assessment done. Now, so to say, in place are 1,665 families which take care for almost 2,000 children. Most of them managed by the municipalities. You see the share, 88% by the municipalities and 12% by the regional branches of the Agency for Social Assistance. So the new model that I have spoken before is all the service to be provided by the municipalities according to the new law for social services. By now, this service is provided by the Agency for Social Assistance, but as I have said, when the service becomes state delegated, and funded by the national budget. The municipalities will be the responsible authorities for providing the foster care in Bulgaria. These municipalities now, which are 120 social service providers, these municipalities are new. What does it mean? It means that these municipalities never before have provided such kind of service, and for the first time within this project, they have enriched their range of services, and for the first time they provide foster care. The new, also for the project, the new for our legislation and for social provision in Bulgaria is this regional model of management and organization of foster care. Also, the new one thing and focus is the planning of foster care development based on regional and local needs and in cooperation with regional branches of the social assistance agency and the municipal administration. So on the regional level, they decide and they approve the foster care, families. Also, they make this assessment of the children who are suitable to go in foster families, and so other many things. Because this is very important, really, because on regional level, the needs are known very well. It's not the same when you plan something from Sofia or from central offices. It's better to be planned, these things to be done and planned on regional level because the needs are known when we are close to the citizens. Also, a proposal for parameters of the state budget for foster care services developed by this consultative body that I have mentioned before. And this means that now we are calculating how many financial means will be needed from the state budget, and this will be proposed in front of the Ministry of Finance, and this is the procedure, in fact, this service to become state delegated and thus to be sustainable when the ESF funding finishes. What is next? I have mentioned it already. As I have said, the project duration is extended till the end of the next year. Thus is to ensure more time for sustainability and aligning all these new changes in the legislation. A new mechanism of financing will be introduced in the next year for municipal service providers. Financing will be provided by the Agency for Social Assistance to the municipalities directly. This is a new thing, really, and the transition to the future state delegated foster care model after the end of the project will be ensured. New municipalities will be attracted as partners to develop foster care services. As I have said, from all in Bulgaria, there are 265 municipalities, and of them, only 158 municipalities are partnering this project. And we are hoping that next year, Agency for Social Assistance will succeed to attract additional partners in the process of providing foster care service. Foster care families included in this managed from the Agency for Social Assistance project will be able to transfer towards the municipality managed service, and their partnership is very effective and essential for municipalities in order to be prepared for the new way of providing service. So it's of their interest, of the interest of municipalities to be partners of the agency of this project. And that's why I think that more new municipalities will be attracted next year. At the project closure, conditions are set and good practices are introduced towards a well-organized, managed and delivered foster care model, we hope so, based on a partnership between the central authorities and the local authorities. It is very important cooperation locally and centrally, and thus the effect will be complex and very effective, we think and hope. So this is in short for the project. Now I'll go out of this mode, and if you have any questions, I'm at your disposal. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Desi, for that. At the moment, we plan to take the questions all together at the discussion session that will follow right after the next presentation. So please stay with us. And I would already now ask the participants if they want to submit their questions, if they have any so far, either on Stefan's presentation or on your presentation, using the chat box provided by Zoom. Without any delay, as we are running a bit below schedule, I would invite Mr. Antonio Montiglio from the Regional Managing Authority of Puglia to join us, and within the same thematic of the children, he will he will share with us a project on how to keep children in school. Antonio, the floor is yours.
Okay, good morning everybody. If you want, I can start. Let's start, George.
Yes, you are already.
Okay, thanks. Can you watch the presentation?
You will need to open it and then share your screen. Antonio.
Okay. Can you watch now?
Yes, and please click the full screen. So
okay.
Full screen.
Just a moment.
No, it's the button on the left of the 74%, at the lower right, but Antonio, if you go on the down right part, where you and the one where you see no, in fact no, it's on the left hand side. Put it back to 74. Yes, that one.
Okay, thanks.
You're welcome.
Let's start. Okay, now let's start to present this project elaborated from Apulia region inside public administration that is called Diritti a Scuola. These are the principal items we will develop during this presentation. Okay, Apulia regional objective. Activities consistent with the following objective. This project was elaborated inside the social inclusion. First, I'd like to explain you why we call this project Diritti a Scuola, that has a double meaning. First, we intended school like an house for pupils. Second, we mean that the school is the field in which the pupil gain rights in coherence with the 34th article of Italian Constitution that defines the rights like the rights of study for all the pupils. We can say that the social inclusion promote academic success, prevent and combat early school leaving. Because why? Just a moment. No, before. Yes, I want to go before. No. Okay. So we can say that this project, Diritti a Scuola, has joined two main goals. First, reduce school dropout and dispersion. The second goal, to improve basic learning and basic skill learning, like Italian language, maths, science, and foreign language for the students that were involved inside this project. Our project, Diritti a Scuola, that was elaborated, I repeat, by Puglia region, was born in 2010 inside the European Social Fund, Axis 3 Social Inclusion, but at this period was also mixed with the Axis for Human Capital. In fact, it was coherent because it joined the main path about social inclusion intended inside the European Social Fund. This project continued also in the next year. just a moment, we can say, I go straight on, because the project was elaborated in 210. We have 10 different editions of the project, and it's still continuing until now. I go before. So I repeat. So the main goals was to reduce the school dropout and the dispersion of the pupil, and to improve the basic skill learning. So how we elaborate this project? We can say that Diritti a Scuola was based about a democratic process that involved main part of Italian public administration, because Puglia region wanted also to invite in this discussion other public institutions like school public office, and also and especially the trade unions of the school. Why? Because trade unions of the school had the capacity to focus the main problems about the school and to elaborate what they need, the school. So, project frameworks, okay? Apulia region intends to improve the quality of teaching and the school system, in particular for students at higher risk of dropping out. So, who can participate to this project? Every school inside the Puglia region, operating in Puglia region. Every school could participate presenting a project financed by the European Social Fund. There was inside the Puglia region an evaluation group that had in charge to analyze and judge this project presented by all the schools who wanted to participate. But the main goal was that there was a sort of judgment, a positive judgment about school that was concentrated in crisis area, geographical crisis area. For example, school that was located in areas that was characterized by higher risk of unemployment. There was difficulty risk of families, problem families inside this area. But not was excluded also other schools. So every school could participate. We can say that, for example, each year, for each edition, more than 250 schools participated in this project. So they presented this project, an evaluation group inside the Puglia region judged this project, about every project received a score, and after this score was classified, and so they received the financement inside the European Social Fund. So these are the first skill development: Italian language, understand and use the main grammatical structure, because all the pupils inside the school who received the financement inside the European Social Fund were addressed all the action of this project. To expand the lexicon through the study of different contexts, understand oral and written text of daily use, reorganize information, communicate correctly in the oral language. So they have the possibility to increase basic skill like Italian language, maths, that was involved in the planning of the project, decided to create a new experiment. Try to increase also a social help for every student. So there was this kind of mixture experiment between internal teacher of the school and external expert. So we can say that from 2012, inside the project were involved also the support of psychological expert, about vocational training expert, and after we can say also cyberbullying expert, that is like in Italy we can translate in English the problem of aging. So we can distinguish every intervention about this expert. For example, the psychological intervention was addressed to inside all the classroom, but if there was the possibility to consider just some student that has some problem to integrate with the rest of the class, the psychological expert had the possibility to separate this student from the rest of the class and create a particular meeting with them or with the family to increase the integration between this student that have problem with the rest of the class. The same thing about the vocational training expert. The vocational training expert tried to reduce the risk of dropping out of the school because illustrated to the student, to the classroom, the possibility that the Italian market labor offer to the students, or they try to increase the possibility that these students could continue the university studies. Okay? Positive features. The positive feature was the opportunities for the student to be included in this possibility, because I have to say that in Puglia we had some problem about the dropping out of the school. We, from 210, we registered an higher risk of students that left school after after the second degree of school, because we involved the three different articulations of the Italian school. First, primary students of primary school. Second, student of lower secondary school, and the first 3 years about higher secondary school. So we can say that many students were involved in this project called Diritti a Scuola. So this is activities, the positive feature we joined thanks to this project. Activities for development and support of students, in addition to those of tutoring, employment of psychologists, intercultural mediator, legal experts, so pedagogist orientator. From 2013, we noticed that there was the problem and the evolution about the class, the composition of the classroom. So we decided also to involve intercultural mediator expert, because we wanted to support the form of integration between students that came from foreign countries to fight discrimination because of form of racism. So we want to prepare these students to become a cultural advanced citizen. Just a moment. Okay. So the evaluation of this project, we participated in 215 to the Regio Star Award, the Regio Star program. That was an award that Regione Puglia received in 215 for the goal that we joined thanks to this project, because it was a positive evaluation inside the experiment of social inclusion, like best practice, thanks to the financement of the European Social Fund. So for us was a reason of pride. Thanks to this project, we elaborate that we gain this project Regio Star. So this is the planning across all this period from 210 till now, we can say. Now, the problem about this period. Last year, the problem connected to the COVID problem obliged us to convert the lesson, not anymore with the classroom, but with online lesson, because of the possibility not to play the lesson inside the classroom.
Antonio, sorry to interrupt you, but if we can conclude, please, because we need to proceed. Thank you.
Okay.
For the interruption.
Let's go to the achieved results. So thanks to this project, we achieved this result. The 94.5 of the students decided not to leave the school anymore. So there was the elimination of the dropping out of the school. The 88.1% the student passed to the next class. And so we reduced the rate of the dropping out of the school of the 10%, right? So thanks for attention. We can say the last thing I want to say that we are going to change the name of this project from Diritti a Scuola to Tutto a Scuola, in English translating everything at school, because we want that the school became the tools in which the students can become model of students, but also the citizen of the future. Thanks for your attention.
You are welcome, Antonio. It was really very interesting, all this that you have shared with us. Now we are asking the people that have sent questions to raise them. And I would start with my friend and colleague, Mr. Christos Kirkoglou, to pose his first question. Christo, if you can please activate your camera and microphone, and please share your question with us. Christo, I'm not sure we can hear you. In that case, I might need to proceed with Katerina, who I see that she is raising her hand.
Είμαι εδώ. Συγγνώμη λίγο.
Okay, so we can go back to Christos then, as we were planning, and then perhaps Katerina can take the floor after you. We're all yours, Christo.
Καλησπέρα, είμαι ο Χρυσοκύρκο.
From the Agency of Coordination of the Social Fund, Mr. Kirkoglou has a question. Thank you for the presentations. It was very good for us to see both the theory and the practical part of all the issues and the very specific examples. I have a question for the first presentation regarding child poverty. You mentioned some action plans for the implementation of the various actions for the guarantee for the child. What is going to be the form of these plans? Will these be plans to be approved? Some plans that are going to be prepared, drafted by the member states and are going to be submitted? Or will they be a kind of frameworks, policy frameworks, not so regulatory, but more political in nature? Thank you.
Yes. Okay. So, it's generally saying it is too early to respond to this question, since we are still working on the concept of child guarantee. But what we know now that what we expect with high likelihood is that we will leave to the member states quite a lot of room for deciding who should be covered by the child guarantee, and in what way the child guarantee would be implemented, and also who would benefit in the first run, and what would be the timeline for delivery. So all those likewise other recommendations, it is likely to be just general guidance up to the member states to fill with real content. And basically this is everything I can say at the moment, because it has not been yet decided what form, whether, as we said, the general political guidance or very precise actions would be expected from those action plans, which would be prepared by the member states and then communicated to each other and also to the Commission.
Ευχαριστώ πολύ. Σας ευχαριστώ.
Thank you for this explanation. And without any delay, if I could now ask Ms. Katerina Christofi to take the floor. Thank you, Katerina.
Καλησπέρα και από μένα.
Question. Katerina Christofi from TSECA. I'm going to make a question which is similar to the previous one regarding the action plans for the guarantee for the child. Can you please tell us, Mr. Iskovsky, whether there is going to be any link of this guarantee with the national strategy for social inclusion? Because we know that the latter includes fight against child poverty and regards children of vulnerable groups. Could this action plan be a part of this national strategy? This is the question.
Should I answer immediately?
Yes, please, Stefan, go ahead.
Well, it is. We know that some member states have developed strategies in response to the 2013 recommendation. There are national strategies for social inclusion, as you mentioned, and obviously we imagine that member states might want to be synergic about those documents, so building one on another and using what is already agreed and has been started with regard and which has been already implemented or started to be implemented to feed into the action plan. So we don't. We are not going to be as well. I shouldn't say it is all in the making. So basically, many things might change, but I don't think that there is a lot of appetite for asking the member states to build something totally new. If something relevant has already been discussed, adopted, developed, and sometimes even started to be put in practice.
Okay, thank you, Stefan. I hope that was satisfactory, Katerina. I understand that there are more. Okay, thank you. I understand there are more questions. Unfortunately, due to the delay in the agenda, I cannot take them anymore. Feel free, please, to use the chat function in order to submit your questions during the presentations. And then, even if we don't have the time during the discussion session, we promise we will always come back to you in order to provide you with the proper answer. I am afraid I will have to proceed to part B without making any pause, unfortunately, which is against also the structure of the agenda. But we are already delaying the second part, and therefore I would immediately like to give the floor to my colleague, Mrs. Elena Schubert, who will share us the EU policies related to DI and disability. Elena, if you hear us, please activate your microphone and camera. The floor is yours. Thank you.
If you can't hear me, give me a shout, give me a sign, and I will try to do something to improve the situation. Can you hear me now?
Yes, loud and clear.
I'm very pleased to present today the efforts of the Commission in the area of deinstitutionalization and independent living. My presentation is going to focus on the situation of persons with disabilities. I would like to start with the legislation framework, then I will move to policy framework, and then at the end I will draw some conclusions and give you also the possibility to pose questions. So first of all, legislation. When we talk about deinstitutionalization or independent living, this is a very intersectional issue, because the realization of the right to independent living and inclusion in the community for all persons with disabilities is really dependent on the realization of many, many other elements. We have a very good and clear framework of reference in the UN Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities. The UN Convention on the Rights of the Child also refers to the importance of having family-like environment for all kids to grow up. We have the Charter of Fundamental Rights of the European Union, namely Articles 25 and 26, that are very, very clear about the right of every person to live an independent life. Then you have also references to independent living in UN guidelines for alternative care of children, UN Principle for Older Persons from 1991. You have quite a recent, relatively recent, in comparison to UN Principle for Older Persons, Commission recommendation on investing in children issued in 2013. And lastly, we have the most recent Estonian Presidency Council conclusions on enhancing community-based support and care for independent living from December 2017. So this is the legislative framework that the Commission is using when we interact with member states. What is here very important is that UN Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disability is the first and only international treaty that the European Union is a party to in its capacity of a regional organization. This is very, very important to realize that the legislative framework of the UN Convention is legal, is part of the EU legal order. That is really important, bound by the European Union actions to respect the UN Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities. And in addition, all member states are also parties to the convention. So we are on the same boat with member states. They have their obligations and we have our obligations. And when we talk about independent living and deinstitutionalization, indeed, it is our obligation to implement Article 19 of the UNCRPD. And Article 19 of the UNCRPD precisely pronouns very much the right of all persons with disability to be included in the community on equal footing with all other citizens and all other inhabitants of the European Union. That means, in practice, we cannot tolerate if small children are put into segregated educational environment where they are not provided with the equal educational opportunities as their cohorts that are placed in mainstream education. We cannot tolerate this situation, and we need to change them. So what we are doing to realize, this was just one example. We also cannot wait. We cannot. Yeah. Excuse me.
Please continue, Elena. We have a couple of minutes to conclude your presentation, so please go to start to conclude, please. Thank you.
Okay, so we cannot also tolerate that adults with disabilities or older people with disabilities are placed in institutions where they are deprived from the basic rights to exercise their own independent decisions. For example, people placed in institutions cannot decide when they are going to eat, what they are going to eat, with whom they are going to meet. These environments are strictly going against Article 19 of the UN Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities. So we have this legislation in place. We have also, I was speaking about the educational settings, segregated educational settings, where some children with disabilities are placed. The Council issued a Council recommendation in 2018, and that recommendation is very, very clear about ensurance of effective and equal access to quality inclusive education for all persons with disabilities. And that is indispensable for achieving cohesive societies. So now we are in the situation, so what can the European Union do to support member states to do better, to actually realize its legal commitment vis-à-vis the implementation of the UNCRPD and of Article 19. So first of all, it's very clear that when we talk about independent living and deinstitutionalization, most competencies do lie with member states. So the Commission, what we can do is we mainstream disability issues and UNCRPD legislation across all Commission policy areas. Just to give you an example, our President of the Commission, Ursula von der Leyen, appointed Madame Helena Dalli to be the first Commissioner ever responsible of equality. She's also in charge of the UNCRPD issues. And what she has, for example, done in the Commission services, she has created Equality Task Force. And this Equality Task Force aims at mainstreaming of UNCRPD legislation across all policy areas. And I can assure you that independent living and deinstitutionalization are one of the top priorities when it comes to the UNCRPD implementation. The other means how to implement Article 19 of the UNCRPD are the European structural and investment funds. European structural and investment funds have done a great contribution to the realization of Article 19 of the UNCRPD. During the programming period 2014-2020, a lot of member states implemented measures to progress and to deliver the institutionalization. We cannot say much about the future programming period because now it's in the preparation, but the Commission certainly intends to support member states further to get closer to this ultimate goal of deinstitutionalization. Let me also refer to the policy framework that we have at the EU level to implement this very important policy. First of all, I would like to refer to the European Pillar of Social Rights, namely to its Principle 1 on education and training and lifelong learning, Principle 3 on equal opportunities, Principle 9 on work-life balance, and Principle 11 on childcare and support to children. I have said at the very beginning of my presentation that realization of deinstitutionalization and independent living is a very complex process. And indeed, it requires a lot of elements, and it's an interplay of different areas. And Principle 19 on housing and assistance for the homeless and Principle 20, access to essential services, are absolutely key to the realization of deinstitutionalization and independent living. And why I'm referring now to services. We have seen that COVID-19 pandemic has hit particularly hard persons with disabilities and elderly people. And we have seen that member states, there are some shortcomings in granting the access to social services for persons with disabilities. So our efforts for future will be to ensure that all persons with disabilities have in place, and the services, social services, are available for persons with disabilities, for elderly people, on equal footing with others. What does it mean? They need to be affordable, they need to be inclusive, they need to be person-centered, they need to be tailor-made for the individual needs of each and every recipient. What is also important is that we need to invest into the qualification development and training of service providers. We are now in the time of major transitions, digital transitions, green transition, demographic transition. So all the service design needs to respond to these major societal changes and development.
Elena, please drive to your conclusion because we need to proceed.
Just to mention how... Excuse me?
We will need to proceed with the next presentation, so if you can, in the last 30 seconds, conclude.
Sorry, I don't know. I have really difficulty in hearing you. I don't hear you now. Yeah. So I'm going to continue. I'm going to continue with the European semester. 2, we are now also for independent living and deinstitutionalization. It's very important that we are monitoring the situation with the monitoring tools that we have available. For example, the European semester, where we see with the help of indicators how member states progress in implementation of DI, and we issue country-specific recommendations. For example, for year 2020, a number of country-specific recommendations and recital indeed mentioned the issue and challenges of social services and DI. Now we are in the process of preparation of the new disability strategy called Union of Equality, Strategy on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities. And this here we envisage also to cover the area of independent living and DI. And I cannot say more because this is very much work in progress and we will see how we are going to incorporate it. So I'm going to close now. I see that there are some technical issues. I hope you could understand me, and I'm very happy to respond to your questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Elena. Thank you for your intervention. Without any further delay, please, I would like to invite Mrs. Diana Urbonaitė from Lithuania, Head of Horizontal Policy and Project Management Group in the Ministry of Social Security and Labour, to take the floor and present her project on DI for children and what is implemented in Lithuania. Diana, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Good afternoon, dear participants. I am share my presentation.
Thank you very much. If you could also make it full screen so that yes, excellent. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I'm really very happy to have the possibility to share Lithuanians' experience of the DI implementation process with you. And like all European Union countries, Lithuania will base the DI strategy on international and EU legislation. And of course, national legal acts has also been approved. It's strategy guidelines for the institutionalization and the action plan for implementation this strategy. And we decide that we have 3 main target groups for the institutionalization. It's children deprived of parental care, including infants who are at risk and their families, children and young people with mental disabilities and their families, and adults with mental disabilities and their families. And of course, today I will talk about DI for children, and deciding on the right implementation principles is crucial for the success of any reform. And therefore, the process of DI for children in Lithuania can be separated in the following pillars. It's children and families, children deprived of parental care, and for children who live in children's home. And in all this we have some principles that the development of integrated community-based assistance and service for children and their families in block for children deprived of parental care, strengthening child custody and adoption in the family, development of a support system for foster families and adoptive parents, and creation of new forms of child care in the family. And of course, children home reformation. And very important principles, this improvement of competences of social workers, other workers within in social service institution, and specialists of municipal administration. The first step from which we began the institution transformation was creation of the necessary condition, and its condition also in 5 main blocks. It's evaluate individual needs of every service recipient, to determine motivation they needs for a new knowledge and skills of the staff in institution and in community service institution, and prepare plans, individual care plan for every resident of a social care institution, institutions plan for the transition, regional plan of service and infrastructure, and also very important condition is create methodological basis for the new type of services, and of course public information and education. And what was done? We prepared 3 sets of methodological documents on determining individual needs of residents in care home for all target groups, and organize, assessed for all residents, and prepare individual plans of service for each assessed person, and preparation of institutional restructuring plans in social care institution. Also, it's a set of methodological documents for the evaluation of staff motivation and competence, and evaluation of staff in the institution selected for transformation, and it's started from September 2016. And of course, training all staff in social service institution in 2017-2019. And also we organized training for employees working with the child and family, employees of the child right protection units, employees of municipality administration in charge of organizing the provision of social service, and we organized cluster seminars in the region and national cluster seminars. And the changing public attitudes, we provide sociological surveys on the attitude of Lithuanian residents to the transformation of institutional care, adoption, care and guardianship in 2015. Respondents was over than 1,000 Lithuanian residents and 500 participants in the transformation of institutional care. Of course, it was prepared strategy for the publicity, create the website, and organize social action, care, family, community in various towns of Lithuania. In the next step of implementation of the DI, it was prepared 5 methodological service description. It's a new form of service, description of custody center, training and counseling program for caregivers and foster parents, description of community-based care homes for children, living care service, and day care for children. And testing new forms of service for children. It's on-duty guardians in custody center, comprehensive services for pregnant women and single mothers with children under 3 years of age, community-based care homes for children, living care for youngsters, and mobile team service. It's a group of specialists that quickly supply and organize individual medical, psychological, and social service to the family in crisis. Next. The implementation of the DI project was financing from the European Social Fund and European Regional Development Fund. And as you can see, in the first stage of project, for creation of community-based service system, the service testing, we financed for all the target groups, and in current period from the European Structural Fund, we finance custody centers in municipalities and mobile teams activity assurance, and in also current period from European Regional Development Fund, we finance project of community-based children care homes and children day centers infrastructure. And as you see, the sum of funds, what we spend and plan to spend. And now about results. And our deinstitutionalization process, and we have increasing part of foster children that receive community-based social care. And when we start the deinstitutionalization process, we have 61.7%, and last year we have 80.8%, and also good result. Child deprived of parental care, if we have on 2007 years 0.47, and last year it's we have 50% less. And what is the challenge we faced through the DI process? It's reaching a shared understanding that the deinstitutionalization is a consistent policy, not a process of implementing only project. Improving, of course, the coordinator on and the intersectoral approach, insufficient network of community-based service, and the accessibility of this service in municipalities, especially the problem that municipalities stopped financing a new form of community-based service when structural fund financing finished, and of course changing the public opinion, especially when we talk about people with mental disabilities. And that's my presentation. Thank you.
We thank you, Diana, for the nice presentation. Thank you very much. If you can stop sharing your screen now. And I would just like to bring to the audience the statement that Mrs. Bluti from the Ministry of Education made where obviously, as far as the policy framework is concerned, it is a challenge to go deeper into the Charter of Fundamental Rights for the child. But then every challenge is also an opportunity, and that is why we all try to work together to make even one step forward in the right direction. We will now proceed to the topic of long-term care, where my colleague Susanna Ulinski from DG Employment will take the floor and share with us the latest developments regarding the long-term care in the EU. Susanna, thank you very much. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Just to confirm that you can see my presentation properly in the presentation mode?
Yes, it looks looks okay. Thank you.
Very good. Very good. Thank you very much. So I will briefly present today first the EU policy context, then zoom into long-term care challenges at EU level before outlining the Commission policy work at EU level and briefly looking into the future. So, okay. Sorry. Concerning the long-term care policy context. Of course, you're already familiar with the European Pillar of Social Rights. That is our social compass. So it lays out the rights that everyone should benefit from in Europe, and this also includes Principle 18 on long-term care, in particular that everyone has the right to affordable long-term care services of good quality, and in particular home care and community-based services. Then we also have Principle 9 on work-life balance, that addresses parents and people with caring responsibilities, namely that they have the right to suitable leave, flexible working arrangement, and access to care services. And there should be equality between women and men in this regard, of course, as well. So now there's a lot of work to do on European level to actually implement these principles in practice. And this should be done also in the framework of the action plan on the European Pillar of Social Rights that will be published in the first quarter of 2021. And the public consultation is still open until 30 of November, so end of next Monday. Then, in addition, the European semester is the main vehicle for the implementation of the pillar. And within the European semester, there's a monitoring of the performance in member states. So 3 member states received CSRs on long-term care in 2020. Furthermore, we have a cooperation with member states in the Social Protection Committee on long-term care, and in its subgroups, so in the indicator subgroup of the SPC, we work on long-term care indicators, and also we have a working group on long-term care on EU level. There are 4 main long-term care challenges in the EU that we work with. So this is access and affordability, challenging quality, challenging workforce and informal carers, and sustainability. We see that all of these challenges appear in a very varied landscape across EU member states, but that they are common to all member states, and therefore they merit a common approach and mutual learning. So this varied landscapes of long-term care, they include heterogeneous situations in relation to the provision of long-term care and also to social protection. So, for example, there are many fragmentations in the systems, both horizontally and vertically. Responsibility for long-term care can lie, for example, with the state, but also with the family or the individual, and it can be either on national or regional level. We see differences in the level of social protection coverage. There are differences in the importance and extent of formal versus informal care in the member states. And the settings differ very much between residential care, home care, and community-based services. Of course, now in particular, the year 2020 and the COVID-19 crisis brought to light the existing problems that many people in need of long-term care face and the structural weaknesses of long-term care systems. So such as the vulnerability of older people, especially in big residential care settings, the shortage of staff, the need for digitalization in terms of tools and skills, etc. And so on EU level, or at the level of my unit, modernization of social protection systems, we specifically address the 4 challenges of access and affordability, quality, workforce and informal carers, and sustainability. And therefore, I will now briefly look closer at these ones. So this graph shows us the access challenge. So across the European Union, help is not accessible to all of those who need it. We see in the green bars that on average, almost 50% of people in need of long-term care respond in this European Health Interview Survey that they have a lack of assistance. And there are marked variations across the member states. The reasons can be numerous. So, for example, that there's insufficient or expensive formal care available, that there are often very underdeveloped home care services, that there's territorial fragmentation. Yes, but also that they do not have access, for example, to quality long-term care. Then regarding the affordability, we have a joint OECD project that studies the social protection in long-term care within EU member states. And this graph shows the social protection. And here we see that as soon as people have moderate needs for long-term care, which are defined here as 22.5 hours a week, they can actually no longer afford to pay long-term care from their income alone. And this is across different income groups. And of course, then for severe needs, it is completely unaffordable for all groups. And so the size of this financial burden of long-term care provides a very strong case for pooling the risks in form of social protection so that we can actually make long-term care accessible and affordable for people in need as proclaimed by the pillar. The long-term care services also have to uphold quality standards, and quality is also a focus of Pillar Principle 18 on long-term care. So all member states endorse the pillar, of course. There's no common definition of quality at the EU level, and the approaches differ very much across the EU. So it can differ from very clinical to looking at the quality of life more generally. On EU level, we aim to develop with member states a common vision of what constitutes quality long-term care. So how we can understand the quality in long-term care, how we can measure it, and how we can ensure it. And we are also working as part of the indicator subgroup of the SPC with member states to come up with a possible indicators or a possible framework. And we are promoting exchange among member states on the topic. So, for example, when we analyze together the concept of quality in the SPC long-term care report that's going to be published 2021, or when we share experiences during mutual learning exercises. If Greece already needs an inspiration on a quality framework for long-term care, you could already look at the voluntary quality framework for social services that was approved by the Social Protection Committee, so of course Greek is a member, in 2010. To ensure quality long-term care, of course, an adequate workforce is needed. We see in this graph that actually there are member states with a relatively low number of long-term care workers. and other member states have more long-term care workers per 100 individuals aged 65 and over in the EU. And we see that there's a connection between high levels of informal care and low levels also in long-term care workforce. However, so high levels of informal care, they are no longer sustainable because of female labor market participation, changes in mobility and household composition. So it is for member states to attract more long-term care workforce, to invest in the recruitment and retention of workers, to make the long-term care jobs more attractive. The working conditions are currently very harsh, usually in the sector. The pay is low. There's a lack of career pathways and unclear professional profiles. And across DG Ample, there are many initiatives to invest actually in the long-term care workforce, also in terms of skills and reskilling. And then coming to the last challenge, this is the sustainability challenge. The long-term care expenditure starts from a low level, but it's the fastest increasing social expenditure item compared to pensions and healthcare. And the graph shows the projections until 2070 from the aging report. And we see that in particular when we look at the green bars, the green risk scenario from the aging report, that shows additionally convergence of long-term care coverage and costs to the EU average, that there's definitely a need to ensure a sustainable financing base for long-term care in order to be able to provide long-term care also in the future. On EU level, there are many different actions to support long-term care, the provision of long-term care, the development of long-term care policy, of long-term care quality. I already briefly touched on the European semester. There's targeted support as part of the European semester. Then we have peer reviews to exchange mutual learning between the member states. We already had one this year in 2020, and we will have another one on work-life balance next week. Then we are working on update of the joint European Commission SPC report on long-term care from 2014. So a new one will be published in 2021. There are joint actions with the OECD in terms of research on social protection, on long-term care workforce. We have other ongoing studies on informal care, on the long-term care market. And within the ISG, we are developing a portfolio of long-term care indicators together with member states. So the indicator subgroup of the SPC is the ISG. Also, there are legislative actions, so the directive on work-life balance, proposal for a directive on a minimum wage. That, of course, should ensure better working conditions, a better wage, also for the long-term care workforce. And there is a proposed new regulation on social security coordination, amending the old regulation from 2004. That proposes long-term care benefits to be included in the coordination as a distinct branch of social security. The European Commission also funds policy experimentation, so we currently fund 7 projects of social innovation in long-term care, and there's funding from the European Social Fund and the Next Generation EU. As key publications related to long-term care that you could study in your own time is the report on demography. Then, of course, the action plan to implement the European Pillar of Social Rights that will be published in 2021. The green paper on aging that will be published in the first quarter of 2021. The green paper will launch a debate on long-term care impacts, notably on care and pensions, and on how to foster active aging, including an assessment of the fitness of the social protection systems to deal with the need of an aging population. And we have the joint EC-SPC report on long-term care. This is the second joint report between the Commission and Member States, and it will review the main long-term care challenges that I already addressed today and how Member States are coping with them. We will also look at the impact of COVID-19 on long-term care and identify promising practices, knowledge gaps, and areas for further action. This report will serve as the analytical underpinning for further policy dialogue with Member States and any future work on long-term care at EU level. It will be published in the first half of 2021. So thank you very much for your attention, and I think we will have questions afterwards.
Thank you very much, Susanna, for your intervention, and also for the targeted advice, if you like, and suggestion you give to the Greek authorities. I would now like to proceed to the next presentation, which is a practical example of how how internal care at home is being implemented in Lithuania. And in this instance, I would like to invite Victoria to Dauksaite, who is a specialist of the social services at home division from Vilnius, to join in and upload her presentation, while the chief specialist of the European Union Investment Unit, Mrs. Longina Bainora-Vitsiene, will give an introductory speech. The third person that complements with providing elements on the regional angle of this project is going to be Claudia Pilipa-Vitsiene, again a specialist of the municipality, the budgetary office from Kaunas region. So Victoria and Longina. Yes, okay, we have the presentation. If you can please maximize it, put it on presentation mode. Thank you. And Longina, if you can proceed with the introductory comments.
Hello for everybody. And thank you very much for the possibility to share the integral care at home, how we are practicing in Lithuania. Integral care at home was a new service launched in Lithuania in 2013 and financed from European Social Fund. Lithuania started to provide integral care at home with 20 pilot projects. It was related to the fact that population was aging rapidly and the provision of day social care of a social service institution and nursing services lacked the integration and complexity of the services, and the aim was to provide qualitative integral care at home for disabled and elderly, and to help family members to reconcile family and work commitments. Since 2015, integral care, social care and nursing services as the systematic approach financed by European Social Fund is provided in Lithuania for disabled children, disabled people of working age, the elderly, as well consultations for family members taking care for them. Social service centers and municipalities are providing services, and in 2014-2020 programming period, about 30 million euro from European Union structural funds were allocated for the implementation of the integral care at home. 61 projects is implemented in the country. And since the beginning of the project's implementation in 2015, more than 5,000 disabled children, disabled persons of working age, elderly received integral care at home. Services are provided by 186 mobile teams, which consist from social workers, social assistants, and health co-workers, nurses, assistants, psychologists, physiotherapists, massage specialists who are working till 4 or 5 hours per day, 7 days a week, and with informal assistance of volunteers, members of the community. These services are provided up to 8 and more hours per day, and create the possibility for family members to reconcile family and work commitments. And by now, a system of taking individual integral care at home is created with family counseling, informal assistance of volunteers, members of community, training for mobile team, workers and volunteers, provision mobile teams with transport, nursing and technical equipment. And my colleagues from Vilnius and Kaunas region social service centers will share their practice providing integral care at home. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everybody. I'm Victoria Dukshite. Today I will introduce you to Integral Care at Home, which provides our social assistance center. And this center is Vilnius City Municipal Budgetary Institution. Participation in the project of Integral Care at Home led the center to expand the provided services with health care. So it was a big starting point to meet the high need for such services. Integral care at home is a complex of social and health care combined together. The aim is to develop high-quality integral care at home for disabled people of working age and the elderly recipients who require constant care during the day at their home. Our target groups are adults with disabilities and elderly people, which is demographically the biggest group. These are basic tasks of integral home care to prolong individuals' life in their own home, and so to avoid long-term social care institutions, to provide qualified help for family members and facilitate an opportunity to combine family and work commitments for them. So this is how our center organized the service. It is provided by territorial principle. There are 7 territorial units of Vilnius City. Each unit has 2 to 4 Vilnius City's elderships located next to each other. At the moment, there are 101 employees out of 149 required in 7 mobile teams. And here we can see a common problem of workforce shortage. Mobile teams includes senior social workers who coordinate integral care at home services, social workers assistants, and healthcare professionals who are nurses, their assistants, and physiotherapists. Our mobile team provides service 2 to 10 hours per day, up to 7 days a week. To ensure the quality and efficiency of work, we use nursing equipment and personal protective equipment, which is so important these days. And to reach the furthest recipients of the service, we have 9 cars. We also lead consultations, individual ones to provide the necessary knowledge, skills in the field of care and nursing of the elderly and disabled, and group consultations intended for sharing experience. Provision of services like organized an event to promote informal assistance. Family members have an opportunity to take advantage of respite hours. And our surveys showed that more than 90% of recipients and their family members claim that their quality of life improved and their expectations were paid off. Family members could easier combine family and work commitments. One of our important activities are constantly ongoing internal training, where nurses and physiotherapists lead trainings for carers about nursing and personal protective equipment, how to use them and how to do it correctly. Social workers also lead various training to improving the qualification of mobile team employees, where much focus is on teamwork. As you can see in the table, our institution participated 3 times in this project. On average, the duration of participation in the project is about 2 years. Each time we managed to acquire our goal of planned recipients. Talking about budget, projects are funded by the European Social Fund. As we participated 3 times, continuity of integral care service between projects ensured Vilnius City Municipality. In first and second participation project, goals and objectives were implemented and exceeded. Of course, in the third participation, we are still seeking them. And lastly, we want to rejoice that in 2019, our hard work has been awarded by European Quality in Social Services Assurance Quality Certificate, proving that our provided integral care services meet the highest requirements for the quality of these services in accordance with the basic principles of personalized high-quality services. Thank you for your attention, and now I pass the word to my colleague Claudia to share some similarities and differences between Kaunas city.
Thank you, Victoria. Hello, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes, hello, Claudia. We hear you loud and clear. Thank you very much.
That's very good. I'm representing the second biggest city in Lithuania, Kaunas, Kaunas District of Social Services Center. And everything is very similar to the capital, and what Victoria said, we have a lot of similarities, and I'm just going to mention some differences and add up something. So first, we have one more target group. We have adults with a disability, elderly, and we also have children with a disability. We currently have 4 children. And then we have a mobile team that is divided into 3 units because Kaunas is a smaller city, so we have just generally smaller amount of recipients. And shortly, because of we don't have much time, I want to say what is the biggest challenge that we're facing currently is that unstable working conditions for our employees. For example, for now, as the COVID-19 situation and pandemic is coming here, and we have the recipients that they're stopping their services, and we have that workers that they kind of loses their job. So as we have a solution, and we have a long waiting list for people who want to get the services of integral health, so we proceed with the line, and we don't need to hire the worker, and we just take the same worker and implement them into the recipient's integral care service. So we save their jobs and we perceive the services in this pandemic. And also I want to mention the most important thing that mobile team is doing is taking care of the recipients physically, as the physiotherapists do. We contact them socially, and we taking them with talking them, and mentally we have also a psychologist that is helping the family and the recipient with their mental health. And that will be shortly it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Claudia. Thank you also, Longina, Victoria, for this presentation that shows us how things are actually implemented in the field. It is important to have in mind not only the theory but also the practice in order to be able to tackle challenges as they arise in the field. I would like to bring into the discussion the fact that at least child guarantee and DI are two of the three main topics that are part of the being discussed of the transnational network on social inclusion. And with this in mind, I see that we have concluded again with delay the discussions of this part B of this series. I have seen that there is at least one question on the chat from the Ministry of Labour, Eric Gazon, and it is directed towards Susanna. Let me read it for you, Susanna. Of course, yes, not only Eric, but everybody thanks you for the presentation on long-term care, very well structured. But how could you comment on the links amongst the challenges? For example, how to promote professional approach in a context of a high black market, because mainly of the relative high labor cost by comparison to households, including income, and links among informal care, access, affordability, quality, and workforce training.
Yes, so starting with informal care, and of course, we see a lot of informal care and also in particular undeclared work throughout the European Union. Here we would promote the professionalization by the workforce by recognizing the skills of informal carers and of undeclared workers and providing them pathways in order to enter the formal long-term care workforce in, let's say, a rather unbureaucratic way. So that, for example, persons who provided also informal care for a large part of their life and then the person they care for dies, have the possibility, if they choose to continue in this profession and rely on the skills that they have already learned in a very practical way. So really upskilling is here, and the formal recognition of informal work is here really a big topic, I think. Of course, if we want to have a professionalization, we need to make long-term care affordable, but this will rely on providing social protection coverage for long-term care. So we saw in the one graph from the OECD that people need a social protection coverage in order to be able to pay for long-term care. So all dimensions are interlinked, and I think mainly then it goes back to the resources that are necessary in the system to provide a good quality, affordable, long-term care with an adequate workforce. Because if you do not have the workforce available, you cannot provide access because you simply lack a provision of long-term care. But also, if the workforce is not qualified, you cannot provide a quality long-term care. If you provide quality long-term care, this means that also for the workforce, the job will become more attractive because they will have more skills usually, they will have a better pay, and their quality of work will be better when they have time to care for the patients. They can really interact with patients. So I think in the end everything comes down that we need to provide sufficient investments in long-term care in order to make the Pillar Principle 18 a reality.
Okay, thank you, Susanna, for your response. I see more and more people are asking the floor for an intervention. I would invite now Mrs. Katerina Yanciu, who has raised hand, to take the floor. Katerina, the floor is yours.
Thank you. I would like to put forward two questions. First, It is rather a clarification for Diana. For Diana. For DI for children. There's a wide range of services that you have somehow proposed in a very consistent and impressive way. Well, could you please tell us what is exactly this on-duty guardian service? What you provide and to whom? I didn't got it exactly. It's a bit difficult for me to understand what exactly you provide. And if I may, concerning the integrated care at home, we've got something similar here in Greece. Home care through this European Social Fund. Initially, now it's through this. It is state funded, but we haven't included disabled persons. And I would like to ask, have you got just this project, or you've got personal assistance at home for disabled people, so that we provide? This is what we are currently considering, to provide a more consistent and integrated service. And if you provide such service, how do you make the distinction between the integrated home care and those disabled people in need of home care? How you make the distinction between the two?
For these questions, I would invite Diana to take the floor and respond to the first question.
Yes. Hello. Thank you for question. It was very bad sound English translation, but I understand that you ask about duty guardian service. This service, it means that when we take children out of home, it's if family have crisis, this people, these guardians take care children short time in this period, in same period when they children receive the service. Mobile crisis team work with children family, and they respond that children have possibilities come back at the home. If it's and this duty guardian, they work in custody center, and custody center is responsible for this training these people, help them to organize service for them. If I answer, yeah.
I hope, Katerina, you are satisfied by this first reaction of Diana.
Okay, thank you. Thanks.
And then maybe we proceed to the colleague, to Victoria for the second question.
Yes. So the distinction between disabled care and home care, actually, practically, it's more like that disabled care is blended in home care. So it's like this. Did I answer it?
Okay, I assume that if you do not have the service of personal assistant. That's what I was wondering. Do you have this policy in Lithuania?
Yes, we do.
Well?
Yes, we do. Yes, we do. We have personal assistant in Lithuania.
Okay. And the question was
different service. It's not like integral care, because the integral care is serving to the person who is attending a public life, who is working or studying. So it's not about the persons who mainly spend his time at home. Excuse me for interrupting.
Thank you. Thank you. Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
All right, great. Then let us take another intervention request from the participants. I see Mr. Philippos Zervas has asked to take the floor. Mr. Zervas, the floor is yours.
Καλησπέρα.
Good afternoon. Yes, I would like to ask something concerning the BI for children, DI for children. It's a question for Diane. During the preparation of the plan for the reform, which were the most difficult stages in terms of implementation, and for what reasons, if we got some time for more explanations? Thank you.
Ακουστικά.
Thank you for questions. Yes, when we prepare implementation of DI processes, of course, was more difficult as to change, of course, public opinion. It was very difficult, and it's difficult to change attitudes. Some institution workers, staff of institution, but we trained them, and now after 6 years of DI in children field, we saw really good results. But now we have challenges, same challenges in DI with people with mental disability, and it's the same process. But we have practice in children field, and now we have good experience in the next part of DI.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much for the answer. What I propose now, and I think it will be appreciated by everyone, despite the fact that we are delayed, I propose a 5-minute break. Unfortunately, we cannot receive any more interventions at this moment from the audience. So just 5-minute break, and we will be back at 15:31. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we are back to continue with the third part of this virtual seminar today. Before handing the floor to, it's good that I see that we still have 83 participants with us, which is a great achievement, I think, given this speed with which this seminar has been going until now. Before handing the floor to Dorota, who will moderate the third part, let me remind all participants that you can use the chat function to submit your questions during the presentations as they are being developed and presented in front of you. With this small reminder, I would like to give the floor to Dorota to moderate. Dorota, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Yorgo, and welcome also from me. I'm, as you could have heard from the beginning, also part in the team of Patrick Paquet, working on a number of issues, and including also Roma support. So I'm full of fresh energy, and I'm sharing all this energy now with you. Thank you for staying with us, and we look forward to this very active third part on Roma inclusion. Earlier today, we have heard from Yanis Firbas about high expectations, and also the willingness and interest to go away from business as usual. We heard from Dimitris Troulakis about European principles, and this also for way of working together. And then we heard also from Patrick that obviously for marginalized communities like Roma, it is obvious that it is on the agenda today. So I'm extremely grateful that all these components are included in the presentations, interventions of our speakers. thank you to the member states that will share the experience with you, and to our colleague from DG Justice who will start, Lavinia Banu. She's in charge of Roma support in the dedicated unit in DG Justice. So please, Lavinia, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Dorota. Can you hear me? Well, I'm going to try to share my PowerPoint now, which is here. Can you hear it? Can you see it? And is it also full screen?
No, this you need to do still the full screen. So you can go, voila, and move a little bit your cursor also, not to have the gray part. So the one on the right, a little bit to the side or higher.
I went
to see.
No, if I
right, there is something on the slide on the right corner a little bit. Can you move it away
a bit? No. No, if I do it,
listen, it's okay. We start and voila.
But okay. I hope it's visible, and I'm just gonna proceed with the presentation, and I'm gonna do my best to explain a very complex package in simple language. So, as already introduced by Dorota, my name is Lavinia Banu, and I'm in Justice Roma Coordination Unit. And for those familiar with the Roma inclusion, we have adopted on 7th of October a very complex package looking at the new path on Roma inclusion for the next 10 years. And when I talk about this new EU strategic framework for equality, inclusion, and participation, in fact, it's like I said before, it's a very complex package that provides specific guidance for planning and implementing national strategies. And it also comes accompanied by a portfolio of indicators. And it's very important here to mention that the portfolio of indicators has been actually developed together with the Fundamental Rights Agency, the member states, so practically the national Roma contact points, and of course the European Commission. Again, very important is also the fact that we have put forward a proposal for a Council recommendation, which is currently in negotiations in the Council. Of course, again, all the member states are involved in the discussion, and we are currently, let's say, redrafting the measures in order to all the specificities in the member states. And then again, very important, the working style document, which is, I would say, of particular importance. It describes the methodological, but also the analytical and the contextual basis of the whole package. It also provides an overview of the stakeholder consultation, but also a basic for EU headline indicators, and also the relevance of the policy mainstreaming when it comes to Roma inclusion. And over my presentation, you'll hear a lot about this. Some of the information might come across as repetitive, but it's just for emphasis. So very important, again, there is a shift in the process when we talk about Roma inclusion. The current framework, which is coming to an end this year, has talked about socioeconomic integration of marginalized Roma. But based on an evaluation which we have launched and finalized in 2018, we have seen that this was not enough. And there are key elements that have to be integrated in this process when we talk about Roma inclusion. And we are talking here about equality, inclusion, and participation. What do we mean specifically when we talk about equality? This is the fight against discrimination and anti-Gypsyism. What do we mean when we talk about inclusion? We are talking about reducing the gap, the poverty gap between Roma and non-Roma. And of extreme relevance here, it's also the process of participation. Can we design a process of inclusion without involving the people targeted by the measures themselves. This is to talk about the legitimacy of the process. It is crucial that Roma are actually involved in all stages of the policy designing and in the decision making when it comes to the strategies, but also in the implementation of the strategies. And now, again, if to structure it a little bit, we are talking about 7 objectives that frame the whole package. And we have these 3 pillars, political pillars, that I have mentioned before, such as equality, which again highlights the fight against anti-Gypsyism and discrimination; inclusion, which talks about poverty and exclusion to close the socioeconomic gap between Roma and general population; and promotion of participation, cooperation, and trust. And trust, why do we mention the trust here? We have seen and we know that the challenges when it comes to the inclusion of the Roma people haven't started 10 years ago when the first framework has been adopted. This has been there for centuries, and they have perpetuated a vicious circle that has to be also tackled through trust. And when we talk about trust, it's a dual approach. We talk about Roma and non-Roma. So we have to foresee measures that will actually tackle this component as well. And maybe if I will have time later on, I can detail a little bit more what we mean here. As I have mentioned, in 2018, we performed an evaluation on the progress achieved in the member states when it comes to Roma inclusion. And then one of the conclusions of the evaluation has showed that the 4 main areas of the current framework are still of relevance. We have seen that very little progress has been achieved. Some progress has been achieved in the area of education. However, if we look at housing per se, we can see that the challenges persist. And this is not something specific to one member state, but it can be reflected over the member states. So therefore, that's why we can still see the 4 main areas highlighted amongst the 7 objectives. But it's very important to see it from the perspective of equality. We are talking about equal access to housing, equal access to education, equal access to health, and equal access to the labor market, to employment. And needless to say that when the whole process has been designed, the intention was not to create privileges, but the intention is to create an equal footing, so that everybody will have the main equal start in their lives. When it comes to further novelties, and unfortunately, because of this technical issue, I don't have a main view to my own slides, but I'm going to try to tackle it anyways. Just to tell you from the beginning that this slide and the next one, they're going to go hand in hand. But to continue, what's new when it comes to this current EU framework for equality, inclusion and participation? We are not reaching out only to the Roma themselves, but we are reaching out to the society at large. Because as I said before, it takes 2 to tango, if I can put it like this, a bit politically incorrect. But if we don't have this component going hand in hand, it's not going to work. Then we talk about diversity among Roma. We know that Roma as such, it's a very diverse group. And one of the conclusions of the evaluation on the current framework showed that we didn't pay enough attention to the specificities of the group. And we are talking here about Roma women, and here it goes hand in hand with the multiple discrimination. We are talking about Roma children, and we know that if you look proportionally to the Roma children across the member states, the poverty rate is alarming. We are talking about elderly Roma people, EU mobile citizens, again, which is very, very specific to the process of Roma inclusion, stateless Roma, or even Roma with disabilities. All these specificities should be taken into account when developing the new strategies in order to ensure successful a process of inclusion. And they're very important. We are talking about combining mainstreaming and targeted Roma inclusion measures. And why is this important? I would like to give here a very concrete example so that everybody understands what we mean in practice when we talk about this. We have seen across the member states so many very good projects tackling Roma inclusion. But what has happened is that if we focus a process of inclusion on the scope of a project, then is not going to be sustainable on the long run. And that's why it's very important to pilot, of course, different experiments when it comes to social inclusion. And if a project it's successful, then this has to be multiplied at the national level. And we are talking here about the relevance of national reforms. It's crucial that the measures are foreseen in the long run, and they have to be self-sustainable in order to ensure that equal access is accessible to all the Roma people. And then we are talking about the differentiated approach among the member states. So we have minimum core commitments, but we also have additional commitments. And when we talk about additional commitments, I'm going to just move to the next slide. It's a very complex one, but I'm gonna try to explain it in a simple language. When we talk about core commitments, why did we propose it in this way this time? Is because Roma inclusion doesn't have the same challenges across the member states. We are talking about very specific national contexts. So we've tried to come up with a approach that will allow flexibility to the member states to tailor their own strategies in order to tackle exactly the specificities of the challenges that they encountered at the national level. And just for your information, maybe you're wondering which are these member states that have we have foreseen as having additional measures to put in place. We are talking about the same 5 main countries with a sizable Roma population. So Romania, Bulgaria, Slovakia, Czech Republic, and Hungary. In addition to this, we also have Spain and Greece. And then to try to explain a little bit the slide in front of you, it's the whole
Lavinia, if I may, since we don't read well the title, can you just explain that on the left side we see what is necessary from the funding point of view, and the right column refers to the strategic framework, right? So it's the enabling conditions, also the link, because we don't see the big title in full of the slide.
I'm very sorry about this.
No, don't worry. For the slides, indeed, apologies to everyone. I mean, some of you would have been familiar and would have seen some of those slides already. And of course, the slides will be shared with you after the workshop. So apologies for this one technical small problem now.
And by the way, it's the same for me. I also cannot see the full slide. It's I can explain it at least. I can do that. So I was telling you that in this slide, we have the whole mechanism that should be put in place. So we start with the putting in place a national strategy. And a main highlight for the strategies, as I said before, is equality. And this is equal access to the areas I have mentioned before. But we also talk about the need to prevent and eliminate segregation. And when we talk about segregation, we don't mean only segregation in education, which we know that it's an issue when it comes to Roma pupils across some of the member states. But we also talk about special segregation. And we know that this is very relevant for some member states. And for this, we have try to come up with a specific guidance on how to address it. Then we talk about the specificities of the group itself. taking into account the gender dimension and children and young Roma people, which again is very relevant in order to put in place responsive strategies. And then, again, very important, there is a need for effective monitoring, evaluation, and review processes to be put in place. Again, we are working very closely with all the member states in order to have this in place. There is also a very generous EU funding, if I can frame it like this, available for the Roma inclusion. Then again, I would get back to the issue of mainstreaming Roma inclusion at the regional and local level. And in the next slide, I'm going to be talking a bit more focused on the need to focus all the interventions at the regional and local level, because it's there actually where the inclusion of Roma people needs to happen. And I have mentioned before the need to put in place consultation and cooperation structures. And this goes hand in hand with the mandate of the National Roma Contact Point, with specific structures to involve Roma themselves in the dialogues, but also the capacity to engage other stakeholders in the discussions, relevant stakeholders such as equality bodies, such as civil society, and the other relevant ministries. And here, meaningful inclusion. And I have highlighted two aspects for you: good governance and political will, and partnership and institution. And there are three points I would like to detail a little bit here. It all starts with political will in order to put in place a strategy, to adapt a strategy, in order to have structured and meaningful resources involved. That's what we mean by good governance and political will. And here I would like to focus a little bit on the mandates of the National Roma Contact Points. We have published on a yearly basis annual assessment reports looking at the progress achieved in the member states. And then we have seen that with all the goodwill in the world to monitor and to do effective work on Roma inclusion, sometimes the mandates of the National Roma Contact Points have prevented them from actually doing a more impactful and meaningful work. So that's why we are asking the member states to tackle this more efficiently, in the sense that the member states should be enabled with enough resources, and here I'm enough capacity with the necessary authority, and we are talking about the capacity of National Roma to coordinate, to monitor, and to coordinate across the sectorial ministries, to coordinate also the inclusion processes when it comes to relation with the relevant stakeholders such as civil society and any other relevant stakeholders in the process. And in order to help here, European Commission has put in place a fund to help the member states dialogue at the level of the member state. There is a horrible echo.
Yes, we seem to have a sound problem for the moment. I don't know if it's a connection. Lavinia, if I may, I know there is just a few slides left, but if you could speed up towards the conclusions of your presentation. Thank you.
Yes. I'm going to conclude. So I'm talking about the mandate of the National Roma Contact Point. It's of extreme importance here. Then the National Roma platforms, which the member states, some of the member states have put in place. For the moment, we have 12 member states that have applied for this grant, and they are actually using it in a very successful manner at the level of the local, regional levels. Just for the record, Greece and Italy are part of the process, and actually welcome their commitment to enable this dialogue, the level of the member states. And then I also wanted to highlight the importance of the partnership and in order to explain this, I'm just gonna move straight to the next slide. I have chosen an example for you to understand still the need to have in place an integrated approach. And when we talk about an integrated approach, we talk about interventions that include all the interlinked specificities at the local level. So we talk about action to tackle employment, go hand in hand with education, which will go hand in hand with the employment or labor market, and which will go hand in hand with the healthcare. And I have chosen for you an example today that shows that this is possible. And this starts with political. We have in a village in Slovakia, I'm not very good with the pronunciation, but it goes by Spisky Hirchov. And here, at the decision of the mayor, there was an investment done in a social development factory. And what has happened, it generated employment for absolutely all the members of the community. And this was a community with 50% Roma, 50% non-Roma. And by generating employment, parents have actually started appreciating more the value of education, because they saw in practice that if they have a job, then it's possible to maintain a household, and it's possible to send the children to school. At the level of the schools, what happened is that they didn't have the only form of segregation that they had initially. It was a segregation by classes. But once the Roma children acquired this, it's about the social status. So they were the same equal footing with the rest of the other pupils. Then the approach, the teaching methodology was equal to all the pupils at school. And then we had a decrease in segregation. In fact, the segregation has been eliminated. And then we had an increase in the quality of education. Needless to mention that they had and they have access to healthcare services, and they went hand in hand. And this is an example of what we mean by integrated approach. I can provide, if there is a need, there is an interest, I can provide more details about this project and many others that we have placed as promising practices, and we would like this to be more frequent in the member states. And this is my last slide, and I'm talking here about what's next. So we are talking about a 10-year time frame, which requires long-term commitment. This is of extreme importance when we talk about social inclusion in general, not only for Roma. Member states are asked to submit their strategies by September 21st. And this time we have changed the reporting duty, to put it like this, which is going to go on a every 2 years basis. And our reports from the Commission, the assessment reports, are going to be presented on an equal footing. So we will also be reporting on a 2-year basis. We will continue the work with the Fundamental Rights Agency, and in addition to this, we will have in place next year, as of next year, this Roma Civil Monitor, which is a preparatory action at the level of all the member states. So in addition to the information that we will get from the member states, we will also have complementary information provided by the civil society themselves. And yes, we intend to put the framework subject to a midterm evaluation to see how it's going to go exactly half of the time from the moment we will start the new process of inclusion. So that was my presentation. Thank you very much. And I'm going to stay with you in case you'll have questions.
Thank you very much, Lavinia. And just to tell our participants, if in the part on discussion there are more questions on the good practice from Slovakia as presented by Lavinia, it's not a co-funded project, but nevertheless interesting. We also have consulted our geographical colleagues in DG Employment working on Slovakia. I can provide more information. So now, without further ado, I have a great pleasure to continue and to invite our Italian speakers. And the first will be Director General, Mr. Triandafilos Loukaleris. Welcome and thank you for taking time to be with us this afternoon, Trianda. So please, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Dorota, for inviting me, Roberto Bortone, and the Italian Equality Body, UNAR, the Italian Anti-Discrimination Office. I'll be very quick. It was just to say hello to my fellow Greeks, because I'm of Greek nationality. I'm half Greek and half Italian, so it's a pleasure to be between Greeks, and it's a pity that I cannot be in Athens, that is my city. So I hope it will happen very soon. I hope for everybody. So I appreciated very much the presentation of Lavinia on the European strategy. Of course, in Italy we are very interested on that, and it represents a lot of things that we had in mind and that we asked during these years to the European Commission, because, as you know, in Italy we have a very strong negative perception of Roma and Sinti people. We have 86% of Italians having a negative perception. We have a very widespread anti-Tsiganism, anti-Gypsyism. So for us, the main issue is to tackle culturally this sentiment of Italian people, because this is the precondition to be able to implement all the other axes of the strategy. So education, health, employment, everything is, and housing is influenced by the perception, because we have in Italy, other from the general perception, a problem with politicians. It's a political issue. Propaganda is widespread in Italy. We have far-right movements that are opposing very strongly every step we are trying to do to integrate Roma and Sinti people. We have the main parties of the Italian spectrum, of political spectrum, that use Roma for propaganda. So for us, the most important thing is to make always stronger the fight against anti-Gypsies. As the Italian Anti-Discrimination Office, we have worked a lot with the IRA Commission for a non-legally binding definition of anti-Gypsyism, and we are trying to work with the Ministry of Education to have to add the information and cultural issues on Roma heritage inside the school books, to start from the little children that deal even today with Roma children. So it is important for them to understand that this is a minority that has a great importance in Italian culture and history. So this is an issue. I appreciated a lot the description of this strategy, because it had a strong political view, which is very important to have it. The technical part, the projects, all this is really crucial. But if we don't deal with the reality, with the context that has a lot to do with society and politics, we will not be able, from our point of view, to create a difference. So to conclude what I'm saying, I will take the three words that Lavinia mentioned. The quality inclusion is very much dependent from what I said, anti-Gypsyism. What we are forcing a lot and we are investing a lot is participation. We are right now working for the new European strategy with the platform, the Roma and Sinti and Camminanti platform, where 79 associations participate. We are trying to find an Italian way for implementing the European strategy. Also, we have a forum with the 25 associations that are participated mainly from people of Roma origins. So these two bodies are now working with us for projects and so on, but mainly to give to the European Commission in September our view of an Italian interpretation of the European strategy. So I thank you very much, and I hope to meet you personally very soon. Bye. Ciao, bravi.
Diana, thank you very much, and thank you very much for highlighting these absolutely very important elements, among others, the two-way process of inclusion, dialogue, and integration, and also the necessary space for more work and more insisting vis-à-vis the negative presentiments and also this anti-Gypsyism tendencies in other member states as well that can be observed, unfortunately. So this was the really policy view from your position as Director General of the department in Italy dealing with equal opportunities. And now your expert colleague Roberto Bortone, Roberto, welcome, will give us also more detailed information about practical articulation of those policy principles and objectives at your level in Italy, including how they are linked in the current programming period with the funding from the European level, structural funds, ESF, but also ERDF in Italian operational programs. So, Roberto, please.
So, good evening to everyone. Thank you for inviting me. Can you hear me well? Yes? Good. So, meanwhile, I try to put my presentation on. I will try to make you regain some time in your agenda, so I promise I will be brief. But trying to share my presentation. Here is it. I hope you can see it.
If you just could put the full view, voilà,
yes.
It's coming, yeah.
It's coming.
Perfect, thank you.
So, I would like to take just a minute to remember one person who was an activist on the Roma cause. Many of you have surely know him, because unfortunately Marcello Zuinisi died yesterday, so I would like to remember him for his 1,000 battles for justice and the full inclusion of Roma communities in Italy and Europe. So, having said this, I will go through my presentation. So, Lavinia, Banu talk about the next framework, and I will put a step behind in our discussion in order to go a bit deeply inside the Italian programming period to 2014 and 2020. I can say that, of course, UNAR, as you know, is the national contact point for Roma inclusion, which is in charge for coordinating the strategy, and his role is a crisis function between central, regional, local administration, and, as our director said, the non-governmental organization, NGOs, and Roma communities. So this is our mission. Just a word about the background. In Italy, Roma and Sinti and Camminanti, we have this specific Roma group, are estimated to be around 150 and 180,000, but these are just estimates, as I said. But what we can say is that the Italian and Roma Sinti are approximately around 7,000. And the other part of the Roma community is composed from the one who arrived from the Balkans during the 70s, from the disintegration of the former Yugoslavia, and more recently, a macro group of migration is made of Roma coming from Romania and Bulgaria nationality. Two critical elements I would like to underline. The one has already been appointed by our general director, so the strong anti-Gypsyism, also the hate speech, reflecting images created mostly on prejudice, which Roma in Italy are suffering. But there is also a small part, but still a part of the Roma living in Italy who are at risk of marginalization and exclusion. I'm referring to the one who are living in the outskirts and settlements, which are still part of our main cities specifically. We also have estimates about the number of this Roma. We are talking about more or less 30,000 Roma living in these very poor and marginalized conditions in Italy. So, talking about the funds and the role of UNAR as Roma contact point, let me say that the specific attention during this current or past, depends from the point of view, programming period 2014 and 2020, in which UNAR has been beneficiary of some European operational program, were to a proper use of resource and the principle of complementarity and the monitoring of all the activities and all the projects carried out also by other entities, regional or national, at a national level, in line with the strategy. Please interrupt me if something is not working, because I cannot see me in the screen, so I just see the PowerPoint. Okay, I go further. So our programming period and our fund as a beneficiary was divided into the specific 4 axes of the strategy, namely education, health, and labor and housing. But we insert in our programming projects also, as was told before, the challenge of anti-Gypsyism, because we tried specifically in these past 3 years to tackle this specific form of racism throughout a specific project which we coordinated, which included social media, journalists, and as part of the project, also in the cabin who wrote this project, the Roma and Sinti communities. Regarding I don't want to go into details because you will be given this PowerPoint, so I'm not going in the details also regarding the amount of fund that we are beneficiary of in this programming period, but I just want to underline another specific axis that we inserted, is Action 11.1.3, in which we 3.3, in which we include other institutional entity, namely the National Italian Office for Statistics, because we tried, and this was, I think, a good idea, also having a look to the new framework, to have some data regarding our Roma population in Italy. So we include them in a specific project in order to have a survey. We already had one during the 2014 and 2015, to address the problem of the lack of data. With the Italian Office of Statistics, we count, we have this survey on the Italian settlements, and for this reason we can have now the numbers of the people, of the Roma people who live there. And now with the last part of our programming period funds, we are specifically addressing another issue. So the part of the Roma who are leaving the settlements in order to gain a better condition, a housing condition, I mean, and I will go into detail, explain you a bit in deep this project later on. These are the details of the project that we have currently running in our in Italy. This is a PAL. It's a PAL project, means a local action plan. It's running in 8 cities, the main city of Italy: Rome, Naples, Catania, Genova, Cagliari, Messina, Bari, and Milan. And this project is aimed to promote on technical and on a political level the local action plans for implementing the strategy. Of course, it deals with in each city with the governance, positive action, and funding resource. The second project I'm going to present is the one connected to the remembrance path. We call it un percorso culturale tra memoria e attualità, so a cultural and remembrance path between memory and actuality. So this was, because just ended this month, a very interesting project in which we had the chance to tackle the issue of anti-Gypsyism from an historical point of view. As Lavinia Banu said, anti-Gypsyism is not something that came up a few months ago or a few years ago. So it was a very complex project, but I'm glad to say that it will end also in a publication. I just have it here, but you cannot see it. But we show you. We will send you an e-book of this publication if you are interested to. And so this is a very important project for us, and we are going to have a 2.0 project on this path starting from January. And then we have on the health axis the health project, which is carried out with the Ministry of Health. Of course, the main goal for this project is to tackle what we call the obstacles for the Romani people to access fully and completely all the promises and all the goods that are provided by our national state health plan. It's running as the other project in the main cities, so the main metropolitan areas. It's covering all the Roma settlements, the main Roma settlements, and it was particularly, as the PAL project I mentioned before, particularly useful during this pandemic period in order to help the ones who have suffered much inside the settlements not only for the virus, but also for the economic problems that came just afterwards. This was the statistic project that I already mentioned, so I go quickly because I think...
I apologize, Roberto, but indeed, if we could speed up.
Yes, because I have... Just to say my two last slides. One is this last project we just launched 3 days ago, which is called PAR, and this is a project that which will be carried out in the regions, so at the regional level. So this is the part of the chain that we want to connect the regional level in order to have the governance complete of the strategy, and it will be carried out in 5 regions, as you see in the screen. And then we have the POM Metro. POM Metro is a different operational program which is not in charge of UNAR, but we are cooperating with the national authority in charge of the POM Metro because it's a very important program which is trying to overcome the settlements. These are the details, and I will be glad to share it with you when they will send you the PowerPoint, because they are very specific, but the main cities are involved in this project, and these are the characteristics, but you will see afterwards. And so please feel free to get in contact with us to share your promises and best practice, and also to ask in details anything you want to about the projects that I just mentioned today. So thank you for the attention.
Roberto, thank you very much to you, and obviously there is so much information in your presentation that one could start slide by slide. If you could just put back your very last slide on PON Metro, please correct me if I'm wrong, just for information for our participants. The architecture is that they are investment priorities separately for ERDF and ESF, and ESF indeed is supporting soft social inclusion accompanying measures, and under the investment priority ERDF, there is also housing included with, if I'm not mistaken, also, for example, renovation. Is it correct?
Is it correct? Yes.
Super. Okay. So as we say, and as you have said, the slides will be shared, and of course, we will be happy to facilitate the exchange of information further. If there are more questions, we will see it in the discussion part. Thank you, Roberto.
Very well,
and now,
and you're welcome.
we are moving to a different part of European Union. We are very happy to have also our Czech colleagues today with us from the managing authority and also from the field. Jan, who is a social worker, so Eva from the innovation unit that works indeed in the framework of the operational program co-funded by the ESF will intervene us first. So please, Eva Kovandova, the floor is yours.
Hello, can everybody hear me okay? Is it okay?
Yes.
So just a second.
While you are putting on your slides, I will just maybe remind that this is the Housing First for Families in Brno. Some of you might have already heard about this good practice. It's a project that has been already presented on a number of occasions, and we understood that for the purpose of today's workshops, the Greek colleagues were very interested and requested this presentation to be put forward once again. Please.
Okay. Thank you very much. So I will have just a very brief introduction about the financing of the project and also of other Housing First principle projects that we are currently financing in the European Social Fund. And then I will hand over to Jan, who will tell you all about the details about the project, which is much more interesting, I think. So first, some context about the ESF in the Czech Republic. In the Ministry of Labour and Social Affairs, we have the operational program Employment, and the two priority axes that are relevant for the Roma population mostly are priority axis number 2, which is social inclusion. It has an allocation of 741 million euros, and population targeted, although it's quite difficult to say, it's around 140,000 people. Then there is the priority axis number 3, social innovation, which is where I'm from, and we are mostly also aimed at social inclusion. Our allocation is much smaller. It's 46,000 million euros. It's really difficult to say the Roma share of both priority axes. That there is a target group specifically. It's called ethnic minority, but also there. It's usually the projects are really wide. So you have the target group socially excluded or those at risk of being socially excluded, and the Romas can be there as well. So I don't think we really have any reliable numbers of how many Romas are actually being supported in the ESF. So yeah, and now to the project Housing First in Brno. It was a project that ran, I think, around 4 to 2 years ago. It was a 2-year project. It cost 400,000 euros, and it was under our priority axis, social innovation. There was a call for proposals, social innovation in the field of social inclusion, where we were financing experiments, pilots, which had mandatory evaluation to see whether the intervention worked in Czech context or didn't. The expenses covered in this project were social work, some methodology work, of course, the evaluation, and some other personnel costs, and also minor flood improvements, not the rent itself, because we have our own social system that kind of took care of it, and I think Jan will tell you more about it in a minute. The project turned out to be really successful, so we had some follow-up, not only project, but also one call for proposals. It was called Support of Housing First, and it opened up the possibility for other organizations, NGOs or cities, which needed to follow a set of Housing First principles and could also kind of set it up in their own town or municipality. The allocation for that was 5.7 million euros, and it was financed from the Priority Axis Social Inclusion. As I was looking, we have 15 individual projects there. There's external evaluation of every project, and it also it is quite controlled whether you actually follow the Housing First principles or not, so that we can then conclude whether it works in other cities, and whether if it doesn't work, whether if it's because you didn't follow the Housing First principles, or because the Housing First principles maybe don't work in your particular city. The projects are financed through 40% flat rate and personal costs. So this was the kind of biggest contribution from the ESF to the Housing First principle. But we also had a project called Strengthening the Knowledge Base of Local Authorities to Reduce and End Homelessness, which was funded also from our Priority Axis. And the project promoters, they developed a set of practical tools to tackle homelessness for the municipalities that they could then kind of use themselves. There was a lot of networking and advising individual cities. So it was kind of a base project for setting the Housing First principle more in the Czech kind of practice. Also, the Housing First principle is included in the next programming period plans, but so far we have nothing concrete yet, so we will see. But it will probably be financed in some form in the future as well. Yeah, I think that's all I wanted to say now. So thank you very much.
Super. Thank you very much, Eva. And Jan, please continue.
Thanks for having me.
Thank you for being with us.
I just set up the presentation.
While you're doing so Jan is directly involved in the project, comes from the field, and is a social worker. Here we are.
I hope you can see it.
Yes, you can also put it in full screen if you wish.
I try.
Okay.
And just... Is it working? So thanks, Eva. It was 1/4 of my presentation, so I can focus on more detailed things of the initial point of ending family homelessness in Czech Republic, which was the Housing First for families in Brno. The project started in 2016, and as you already heard, we used the ESF funding for the staff and for all the things the families needed when they were rehoused. Actually, this was not a project of a single provider of the services which I'm working for, IQ Roma service, but it was a partnership of municipality of Brno, which had the management of the project, and also they provided 50 units for the rehoused families, and also the University of Ostrava, and they did the randomized control trial. So we have lots of data, and we have quite evidence that the Housing First for families work in Czech Republic in the context of the benefit system and housing allowances. little bit about the homelessness in Brno. Brno is regional capital of Moravia. It has a population about 400,000 people, and Brno is kind of exception in Czech context because it still owns 29,000 units. Why exception? Most of the municipalities in Czech Republic sold off their housing stock in 1990s, and they don't have such a big housing stock as the municipality of Brno. There are also 1,200 unoccupied units because they are not fit to be occupied. And actually, what is this project kind of exception is also that we use some, in our project, we used some units which were refurbished from the ERDF funds. So there's kind of intersection in this project. In May 2016, we did a count of homeless families or families in housing need, if I'm proper, and we find out that there are 421 families in housing need, which means there is 191 in hostels, which is a special thing in Czech Republic because lots of Romani families use this kind of old facilities to live in. 64 families with children in shelters, we call them asylum houses, and then overcrowded households or some facilities without basic services, and also couch surfers or doubled up families. After the count, we randomly picked up 50 families to be rehoused and also 100 families for the randomized control trial. So we have the comparison what the intervention of providing the household a home makes in several different fields, and I'll take them later. And from the count, we also know that 2/3 of the total families in housing needs are single-headed. 2/3 are of Romani origin. We were asking them if they feel Roma or they don't feel Roma. So it was their perceive of their ethnicity. For me, it's a little bit a thing because I would estimate that 80 to 90% of the families would be of Romani origin, but these are the figures. We know also that the average age of the mothers was 35, and their average time in homelessness was 6 years. 20% of the children were disabled or somehow seriously ill, and 9% of the children were institutionalized in care homes. Then working contract, and 45% of them cannot control their debts. And the main challenge for the project was to change the approach of somehow tackling homelessness in Brno and in Czech Republic. So from the traditional staircase model, which is only working for 20% of the homeless families in Czech Republic, and only 20% of the 20% are able to get into proper dignified housing, and the retention rate is very low, and we still don't know what are the proper figures to develop a testing and new approach which would be based on housing first principles, include the most vulnerable people, seeking the highest retention rate as possible. So we had the activities in the project, which was the homelessness census, training of the social workers, which we are very grateful to our colleagues from Amsterdam, from the organization HVO Corridor. They did the housing first approach for 10 years 10 years when we were starting, and they provide us lots of training and lots of their experiences, and this is the outcome is a half from their side. So we randomly took 50 families to the provided 50 flats. We developed a complex social work for the families. We had a political and expert platform, which were discussing all the outcomes every 3 months. And we had this randomized control trial, so our people from University of Ostrava approached the people, the rehoused families and the control group every half a year. The specifics of the social works still rely on the housing first principles, which I mean basically that the housing is human right, so the people have immediate and unconditional access to the housing, to the housing. They choose and they control the service, so they can decide what kind of services they want to use, and they decide what they don't want to use. We separate housing and the treatment, so there's a provider of housing and there's a lease. Nothing special for this kind of the people in project and other tenants of the municipality of Brno, and then is separated service and some other treatments. We are recovery oriented, so the housing is first thing on the route to recover from all the hard things from the history of the families. We are using harm reduction, which means all the families have some special needs. Some of them are using lots of alcohol, some of them are using drugs, or they have some severe mental issues, and we work with them in the house. And we work with them to reduce the risk that they would harm themselves or their neighbors. We actively engage without any coercion, so we are just knocking on the door and providing them new things of or ways of thinking about their situation, and we are providing them a time to just to set their mind and work on their recovery. We are person-centered planning, which means the people or our clients are asking us for some things, and we are working with them to provide the goals they are hoping to achieve. And we are flexible, and we are providing the support as long as they need the support. So we are not ending the support at the end of the project or after 2 years or 3 years, but we are providing the support even for 10 years if it's needed. These are the principles, and I think they mainly are very or they can provide the Romani population very good new ways how to cope with the social support and the social services at all, because they all have their experiences with the social services, and sometimes they are not very good.
Jan, I'm apologizing again. This is the less pleasant part on the moderation side. Could you please move on to the further slides, and eventually maybe just to highlight once again from the perspective of co-funding, which type of support was covered from which source?
Yeah, so the project was financed all by the European Social Fund. And we had some little co-funding from I think it was I'm not very sure which organization provided 5% of the budget, of the total budget, but we got some co-funding from the municipality of Brno. So 95% was covered by European Social Fund, especially for the NGO, IP Roma service, and a part of it was basically funded by the municipality of Brno.
If I'm not mistaken, thank you. It was also on one of the slides of Eva. And correct me if I'm wrong, Eva, yourself as well. The cost of the housing in terms of rents was charged to the families themselves. The apartments are coming from the stock of social apartments, social housing from the city of Brno, right?
Yep.
So they were requested, basically the rent cost was put at a very low level so they could manage financially with the social benefits that they are receiving to cover this rent fee.
Yeah, in Czech Republic there are housing allowance and housing subsidy, and the level of the rent was set on €1.5 per square meter, and in these figures it was affordable for the families. Basically, there was. Basically, it was affordable, but sometimes the families lack they cannot claim the benefits because other issues, and then they had the debts for on the rent, and until now 6 out of the 50 families were already rehoused or put away from the units because of the debts on the rent.
I see. Thank you very much. Is there anything, I think we could stop now at this stage. Is it fine with you?
Absolutely. One more thing, the most challenging thing for us is the domestic violence and coping with new ways how to approach domestic violence within these families.
Thank you very much for this as well. And now we have a small dilemma. We had another small information to share with you, but we see also there are questions and comments in the chat. So thank you very much for all these reactions. We see there are still 69 participants with us. Thank you for this effort. And with all due respect for your effort, we are now proposing that our speakers, Lavinia, Trianda and Roberto, could maybe react as much as they can and what could have not been covered in their presentations to the questions and points raised through the chat quickly as feasible as possible. The rest can be, of course, reacted to later on in writing as we have already announced and explained. And let's try. So, Lavinia, Trianda, Roberto, did you have a possibility to look at the chat? Could you maybe add something?
Yeah.
Yes, we are doing it right now.
Thank you. Lavinia, is it okay to start and then for the colleagues from Italy to follow?
Yes, I can do that. So I had a look in the chat and I see a question from Pavel on the leverage the EU has.
Maybe on Pavel we can skip it because it's the Commission, so we will not prioritize Pavel. I'm sorry to Pavel, but we have to prioritize our Greek participants today.
Then we have the question on social inclusion, whether there should be an emphasis on social inclusion in the national Roma strategies. And then my answer to this is, as I have tried to explain in my presentation, it shouldn't be just social inclusion, because we have seen that was the approach of the previous framework and it didn't work in practice. So it should go hand in hand with equality. If you focus only on social inclusion, then we omit to tackle the main root issue here. So why Roma people are socially excluded? So it has to go hand in hand with the equality, which, as I explained before, it talks about discrimination and anti-Gypsyism. So specific actions have to tackle these aspects as well. Then again, as I was talking before, we also need to incorporate this integrated approach. So we have to tackle place measures that tackle education, employment, health, and housing. Again, the diversity of the Roma population is very important when it comes to the new national Roma inclusion strategies. And as I know, because we are in touch with the member states, most of the member states are actually quite evolved with the design of the new strategies. So they have already put in place consultation processes. But then again, it's very important and crucial to involve Roma people themselves in the design of the strategies in order to create this legitimate process that I was talking about. I saw the other question, Dorota, correct me if I'm wrong, but with housing, but I see that it's addressed to our participants from Italy.
About the funding, you mean?
Yes.
I think we will wait for Trianda and Roberto to react on their questions addressed in the chat. I just wanted thank you very much, Lavinia, also to acknowledge the comments received from Mrs. Bluti. So indeed, the importance for the next programming period to connect well-being to social inclusion, sustainability, and equal opportunities. And we are also making Mrs. Bluti the link to taking into account the work of the OECD Center on Well-being. So this is really also thank you for this. Trianda, Roberto, are you fine? Could you already maybe react to something? If not, we can, as we said,
we give the answers through the chat.
Okay. And I believe for many aspects, a lot has been also covered through your intervention. So in particular, monitoring and also how you coordinate with other bodies and actors at your level in Italy, the platform that you mentioned and the forum. So yes, hopefully you can add something through the chat. Now, do we mention our extra information? What do we do? Alina, are you with us?
Hi.
Okay, so maybe just to inform our participants, 65 still, thank you. Alina is our DG Employment colleague from the geographical unit working with Spain. So what we do with Greece and Cyprus in A5, she does with Spain. And she's in charge, among others, of region Murcia. And there seems to be an promising example of a co-funded project, both from the side of ESF and ERDF, for homeless families, including Roma families. And we invited Alina to take 2 minutes of her time today after a heavy meeting with Murcia region yesterday to tell you about this interesting, currently ongoing work. Alina, please.
Thank you, Dorota. I don't promise that I will make it in 2 minutes. This is a very interesting project.
1.5 is good too.
Okay, so
we have just for your information, and actually I should have said it earlier. We have a problem because we have interpretation, and it's an extremely heavy task for our colleagues, interpreters. So thank you to the interpreter teams. We are apologizing for this important delay, and therefore 1.5 minutes would be perfect. Thank you.
Okay, so I will speak to you about the Murcian project called Resettlement Support Program for Families Experiencing Chronic Social and Housing Exclusion. This is a bit of a STAR program funded under the ESF and the ERDF operational programs of the beautiful region of Murcia. And this project aims to break the circle of exclusion through an intervention itinerary aimed at social and labor inclusion and also access to housing. Up to now, a total of 65 families have been pre-selected, meaning 273 members, of which 139 are minors. What is very important about this project is that it was designed thanks to a long participatory process and in a coordinated and consensual manner. In Murcia, they managed to set up an institutionalized coordination protocol involving all the regional authorities dealing with housing, health, social services, with employment and education. But this was not enough. They also had to set up a local working group, more at technical level, in which participated the city council, the regional housing authorities, and the third sector entities which were directly involved. I will quickly tell you about the funding of the project. I'm sure that you're very interested about this.
Maybe, ESF, if I may, I'm sorry.
Yes, tell me.
On the ESF part, those, if we understand, are typically ESF accompanying measures, social inclusion, and whatever can be covered from ESF. Tell us, please, what is interesting, what comes from ERDF for these families?
From ERDF, the ERDF money is 7.8 million. And up to now, 14 homes have been purchased, out of which 6 were already delivered to the Murcian City Council, and 6 families have been already relocated. It took a long time. The ERDF part took a long time. They had plenty of obstacles, but they managed to overcome them. And so the program started 4 years ago, but only in 2020 they actually managed to buy these houses. That's why you would ask yourself, we have 65 families, why only 6 families relocated? It's because the ESF part was much easier to implement, while the ERDF part with the purchasing of houses was very burdensome. But they managed to do it. And they also have, at this point in time, 8 homes under renovation to deliver to the Murcian City Council.
I think this very last part, together with all other information from you, thank you very much, illustrates very well, in addition, the complexity and also that high expectations needs time, and also innovation, as we heard from Bruno, needs time, and there is an effort that is needed from all the levels, from actors. So this cooperation, networking, partnership, involvement of the actual target groups are key to the design, planning, implementation, and hopefully also success of the desired actions. With this, please, once again, my personal warm thanks to all the speakers for this agenda part, and back to Yorgos, with apologies to the interpreters as well for lasting so long. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you very much, Dorota. Obviously, there is so much information that goes under the different thematic areas of the social inclusion, but unfortunately, so much limited time in our agenda. Therefore, I will not take any more the time. I will immediately pass the floor to Dimitris Troulakis and then directly to Patrick Paquet for their concluding remarks. Dimitri, the floor is yours.
Ευχαριστώ πολύ, Γιώργο.
Thank you, George. So this is the end, with different challenges due to a live mission. However, I believe that was a successful event. We've covered by and large the institutional framework, EU policies, deinstitutionalization, Roma, different topics. We got infos from different member states that could be used as a raw material to culture and cultivate new ideas. We've exchanged views, different questions were put forward. Those that remained unanswered shall be answered in writing, and they'll be posted on our site. I remind you that there's the employment workshop on the 30th of November, and let me thank the organizers for their work. I would like to thank the facilitators because they've dedicated a lot of work and time and efforts to complete and fulfill this endeavor. And many thanks to the 63 people that have remained with us until now. And a big thank to the interpreters. So we thank you very much. And of course, the company that has supported us in fulfilling this endeavor. The presentation, everything shall be uploaded on esfgreece.gr, our website. And at last point, you'll be given a questionnaire to all participants. Please fill it in. It is very short, but it can be very helpful to us to become better. So thank you, and I hope that has been a very useful workshop for all. Yorgos.
And I will ask now Patrick to come in for his concluding remarks.
Yeah, well, I can be short because Dimitri said it all. So I hope you can hear me. I would like really also to extend my gratitude to all those who made out of this webinar a success. And this goes first to our speakers, both the ones from DG Just and DG Employment, and the ones from member states. There were many, so I will not try now to name them individually, all the Michele and Susannas, Aliongina and Victoria, etc. But really, we were very, very happy about all your inputs. This was so helpful, and I think indeed inspiring as I had hoped for. This comes at a very important moment for Greece because they are now finalizing their partnership agreement, and then they will move to the preparation of the programs. So it will all be really back in the minds of our colleagues, and they will now be designing, planning concretely for the next period. And I think this is the right moment to do lessons learned, to know that on Roma issues, we need to have integrated approaches where we look both at dedicated actions toward this vulnerable group, but also mainstream actions which take them into account. There are many other lessons learned, but certainly we need just to intensify also the support intelligently across the different experiences and do more for activation of any vulnerable groups. We certainly can also see that we would like to extend a lot of things in the other areas of social inclusion. There is a lot of potential to expand, to do differently also. And if you want, what I saw also in all the presentation was this scope for articulating well a national drive and policy and concept with regional, municipal, local implementation. And that's always very complicated, but it's really the necessary approach to success. So I think this is very important for our Greek colleagues to take, I think, as a takeaway. For the rest, for me, this was really a very important workshop because, in a way, this is the area where we tend to multiply actions, but now is really time to, as I said, lessons learned. One thing, just to finish, is, for instance, on long-term care and dealing with elderly. We know we have already a number of structures and services in place in Greece. But really, this is now the time, also on basis of other practices, to evaluate what has been achieved so far and look at how to bring it to the next step, and also innovate and do it differently and also tailor what you will do from one region to the other is not the same. We know there are, for instance, more particular difficulties in Greece for the mountainous regions, remote regions, island regions, etc. So we just need to have a proper Greek approach. This is what is next. And I'm looking forward, therefore, to continue the good talk and dialogue with the Greek authorities on the future generation of programs. Thank you for your attention, and thank you for being so numerous throughout this meeting. And last, again, my big thanks to Georges Kermisidis and Dorota Koustalis for having done the moderation. Very, I must say, extremely professionally, to the point. Very good. Thanks, colleagues. It's not easy exercise, I know. And but I know that you were helped behind the scenes a lot by Natasha Kuntaratu, who was reminding you of things. So obviously she was also very, very active throughout. And thanks to her and to the interpreters indeed. And therefore I'm looking forward to conclude to our last workshop Monday. Or this is maybe only the last of regular rendezvous between Greece and the Commission on preparing the future. Thank you again, and enjoy your evening, and digest all the information you received for the better. Bye-bye.
Thank you, bye-bye. Να είστε όλοι καλά με ασφάλεια. Ευχαριστούμε πάρα πολύ.
Thank you very much. Thank you, everyone. I would just remind to the remaining participants exactly how important it is to fill in the satisfaction survey. I would also like to thank everybody that was involved in preparing for this virtual webinar. And I truly feel that it can support the creation of the operational programs for the next programming period with useful interventions in the social inclusion area on the basis of what we heard today as inspiration. Thank you very much, and with this I would like to conclude the webinar for today. Bye-bye.